This is the Troll Patrol. Live. With Justin. FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol. Live. You know why we're here. This is day two. Day two of the Senate trial in the impeachment proceedings of former President Donald J. Trump. The Senate has just reconvened. They had their prayer. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just laid out the agenda for the day, and this is House Impeachment Manager Jamie Raskin with the opening comments from the Democrats in their opening statements.
Session of the United States Congress under the 12th Amendment and under the Electoral Count Act.
So we're rocking.
Vice President Mike Pence, and to prevent us from counting sufficient electoral
If you did not join us, for the stream yesterday,
of 306 to 200,
the Republicans had a motion to declare the proceedings unconstitutional that failed. 6 Republicans voted with the Democrats to say that the proceedings are indeed constitutional.
Case. My fellow House managers and I will then take you through that evidence.
We are on PBS right now, and it seems to be kind
exactly
of shitty
how
quality,
these events
so.
unfolded. But I want to tell you a few key reasons right now that we know this case is not about blaming an innocent bystander.
Let's switch to C-SPAN.
For the horrific violence and harm that took place on January 6th. This is about holding accountable the person singularly responsible for inciting the attack. Let's start with December 12th. You will see during this trial a man who reasons right now that we know this case
that's a little better.
Blaming an innocent bystander for the horrific violence and harm that took place.
Still got some static in it, though.
This is about holding accountable the person singularly responsible for inciting the attack. Let's start with December 12th. You will see during this trial a man who praised and encouraged and cultivated violence. We have just begun to fight, he says, more than a month after the election has taken place.
Now, it was clear to everybody who watched. The Democrats laid out their argument perfectly yesterday.
A rally that ended in serious violence and even the burning of a church.
Trump's lawyers were in complete disarray.
Only the beginning. On December 19th, 18 days before January 6th, he told his base about where the battle would be that they would fight next. January 6th would be wild, he promised. Be there, will be wild.
It sure was wild.
The United States of America. And that, too, turned out to be true. You'll see in the days that followed, Donald Trump continued to aggressively promote.
That was one of the only true things Trump has ever said.
The event was scheduled at the precise time that Congress would be meeting in joint session to count the Electoral College votes and to finalize the 2020 presidential election. In fact, in the days leading up to the attack, you'll learn that there were countless social media posts, news stories, and most
countless. Parler was full of them. Excuse me, I can't talk yet. I'm not stoned.
Save America March.
And also, one of the fun things to watch today will be how long it takes me to go from
targeting the Capitol,
smoking a bowl to smoking a bong, because I'm not stoned enough for this shit.
As they would later scream in these halls,
I've got a cat that's wanting in.
Forums before the attack, they were sent here by the president. They were invited here by the President of the United States of America.
Yes,
and when they showed up, knowing of these reports that the crowd was angry and it was armed, here's what Donald Trump told them. President Trump whipped the crowd into a frenzy, exhorting followers, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then he aimed straight at the Capitol, declaring, you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. He told them to fight like hell, and they brought us hell.
They sure did.
Incited by President Trump, his mob attacked the Capitol. This assault unfolded live on television before a horrified nation.
Or live stream if you were watching me.
At the time, this is how President Trump reportedly responded to the attack that we saw him incite in public. Delight, enthusiasm, confusion as to why others around him weren't as happy as he.
As excited as he was, exactly.
Trump incited the January 6th
This is
attack
what we want. We want to end democracy.
and occupied the Senate and attacked
Make
the
me
House,
the dictator.
assaulted law enforcement. He watched it on TV like a reality show. He reveled in it. And he did nothing to help us as commander-in-chief. Instead, he served as the inciter-in-chief.
The insider and
That only further incited the rampaging mob.
interfered with federal agencies trying to respond to it.
Over at 4:17 p.m.
That is still something that I'm upset that the Democrats are not seizing
The very
on.
first time he spoke out loud, not on Twitter, spoke out loud to the American people. Here's what he said.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
So you might be saying, all right, the president is going to console us now. He's going to reassure America. He knows our pain. He knows we're hurt.
No, he wasn't talking to us.
Images of officers being impaled and smashed over the head. We've just been under attack for 3 hours. But here's what he actually goes on to say.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it.
It was a landslide for Joe Biden.
So you think he's about to decry the mayhem and violence, the unprecedented spectacle of this mob attack on the U.S. Capitol, but he's still promoting the big lie that was responsible for inflaming and inciting the mob in the first place. If anyone ever had a doubt as to his focus that day, it was not to defend us, it was not to console us, it was to praise and sympathize and commiserate with the rampaging mob. It was to continue to act as inciter-in-chief.
The ones that were chanting his name, holding his flags, wearing his shirts and hats.
Even then, after that vicious attack,
That were killing
continued
cops.
to spread the big lie. And does everyone here
That
know
were chanting hang Mike
Biden won
Pence.
by more than 7
That wanted to
million,
know where Nancy Pelosi was.
306 to 232.
We have all the video. We have all the
Donald
evidence.
Trump refused to accept his loss even after this attack. And he celebrated the people who violently interfered with the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American history, and did that at his urging.
I don't think that's true, though. I don't think that's the first time in American history. I think they had a fight on the
He added
floor
this message.
during the certification of the Electoral College votes
We
one
love you.
time,
You're very
back in the
special.
1800s. I might be wrong about that one, though.
Distinguished members of the Senate, this is a day that will live in disgrace in American history. That is, unless you ask Donald Trump. Because this is what he tweeted before he went to bed that night.
Exactly.
6:01 p.m.
Those people were great patriots.
Not controlling the nation, not
Not fucking
restoring
neo-Nazis
everyone
storming the
government was
Capitol.
secure, Not a single
No.
word. That entire day condemning the violent insurrection. That's what he says. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever.
Remember this day for, like, he seriously thought it was his 5th of November.
Election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots. In other words, this was all perfectly natural and foreseeable to Donald Trump. At the beginning of the day, he told you it was coming. At the end of the day, he basically says, I told you this would happen. And then he adds, remember this day forever. But not as a day of disgrace, a day of horror and trauma, as the rest of us remember it.
Remember the lesson we taught
A day
you.
of commemoration. And if we let it be, it will be a day of continuation, a call to action, and a rallying cry for the next rounds of insurrectionary justice. Because all of this was totally appropriate. Senators, the stakes of this trial could not be more serious. Every American, young and old and in between, is invited to participate with us in this essential journey to find the facts and share the truth. Trials are public events in a democracy, and no trial is more public or significant than an impeachment trial. Because the insurrection brought shocking violence, bloodshed, and pain in the nation's capital, and we will be showing relevant clips of the mob's attack on police officers.
Apparently, they got some never-before-seen video that they're going to show here in just a few minutes.
Close review of what young people are watching here, and please watch along with them if you're allowing them to watch.
Taking a shot at the Republicans yesterday that wouldn't watch the video. Shame on them, the ballless cowards.
That the manager's comprehensive and meticulous presentation will lead to one powerful and irresistible conclusion. Donald Trump committed a massive crime.
We know that it was Cruz
and
Rand Paul
violation of the presidential oath of office in the history of the
that would not watch the video yesterday.
He was impeached by the House of Representatives, and he must be convicted by the United States Senate. Before I close, I want to address a constitutional issue still lingering from yesterday's argument. The president obviously is still exploring ways to change the subject and talk about anything other than his responsibility for inciting the attack.
And boy howdy did the first lawyer, Castor,
that this incitement of the insurrection
try to talk about anything other than the subject at hand.
First Amendment. And this little diversion caught my eye because I've been a professor of constitutional law and the First Amendment for decades. And as we'll demonstrate over the course of the trial, the factual premise and the legal underpinnings of that claim are all wrong. They present President Trump as merely like a guy at a rally expressing a political opinion that we disagree with, and now we're trying to put him in jail for it. That has nothing to do with the reality of these charges or his constitutional offense. The particular political opinions being expressed are not why we impeached the president.
It wasn't even a political opinion. It was a lie. He was using the federal government to spread a lie.
And forgive incitement to violent insurrection by militant Trump followers this week. You can be sure there will be a whole bunch of new ideological flavors coming soon. As we demonstrate with overwhelming evidence, portraying Trump as a guy on the street being punished for his ideas is a false description of his actions, his intent, and the role that he played on January 6th when he willfully incited an insurrectionary mob to riot at the Capitol. Last week, 144 constitutional scholars, including Floyd Abrams, a ferocious defender of free speech, Charles Fried, President Reagan's Solicitor General, Stephen Calabrese, the co-founder of the Federalist Society, released a statement calling the president's First Amendment arguments legally frivolous. Legally frivolous, adding, "We all agree that the First Amendment does not prevent the Senate from convicting President Trump and disqualifying him from holding future office." They went on to say, "No reasonable scholar or jurist could conclude that President Trump had a First Amendment right to incite a violent attack on the seat of the legislative branch."
That video was stupendous.
As Congress was terrorized and the Capitol sacked.
Old Chucky boy knew what he did.
Incitement to violence is, of course, not protected by the First Amendment. That's
I'm
why
sorry, I choked myself up.
have dismissed Donald Trump's First Amendment
Don't do the pause.
Rhetoric simply by referring to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes's handy phrase, "You can't shout fire in a crowded theater." But even that time-honored principle doesn't begin to capture how off-base the argument is. This case is much worse than someone who falsely...
Yeah, you can't shout election fraud when you're the president of the United States.
The town fire chief, who's paid to put out fires, sends a mob not to yell fire in a crowded theater, but to actually set the theater on fire.
Raskin making a good analogy
Fire
here.
alarms go off, and the calls start flooding into the fire department, asking for help, does nothing but sit back, encourage the mob to continue its rampage, and watch the fire...
And deny calls to send fire departments.
Into light. So then we say this fire chief should never be allowed to hold this public job again, and you're fired and you're permanently disqualified, and he objects. And he says, we're violating his free speech.
They have not. You're not that far behind the
pro-fire,
start of these
whatever it might
proceedings.
be.
We've
Come
only
on.
been going about
I mean,
15
you
minutes.
really don't need to go to law
tops.
school to figure out what's wrong with that
And
argument.
apparently they're going to be showing some never before seen
Undoubtedly, a private
video
person
footage.
can run around on the street expressing his or her support for the enemies of the United States and advocating the overthrow of the United States government. You've got a right to do that under the First Amendment.
Probably less than 15 minutes. I've been streaming for about
All of the states
19.
doing that, uttering the exact same words, expressing support for the enemies of the United States and for overthrowing the government. Is there anyone here who doubts that this would be a violation of his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that he or she could be impeached for doing that? Look, if you're president of the United States, you've chosen a side with your oath
Now,
of
I
office.
think today could be
We can impeach
all Democrats. We're not even going to hear from
remove,
Republicans.
and
It's going to be like 2 or
disqualify
3
you
days of
permanently from holding
Democrats
any office of honor,
presenting their
trust, or
case
profit under the
before
United
we
States.
get
As Justice
the
Scalia
Republicans.
once said, memorably, you can't ride with the cops and root for the robbers. And if you become inciter-in-chief to the insurrection, you can't expect to be on the payroll as commander-in-chief for the Union. Trump was the president of the United States, and he had sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He had an affirmative, binding duty, one that set him apart from everyone else in the country, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, including all the laws against assaulting federal officers, destroying federal property, violently threatening members of Congress and the vice president, interfering with federal elections, and dozens of other federal laws that are well known to all of you. When he incited insurrection on January 6th, he broke that oath. He violated that duty. And that's why we're here today. And that's why he has no credible constitutional defense. I'll tell you a final sad story in this kaleidoscope of sadness and terror and
And
violence.
that was
One of our
Raskin
Capitol officers
saying that he
defending
wanted to address something that
today
the
was a
Republicans
longtime
or
veteran of our
the
force,
Trump
a
lawyers
brave and honorable public servant
said
who
yesterday.
spent several hours battling the mob as part of one of those blue lines defending the Capitol in our democracy. For several
specifically
hours
addressing
straight,
the First Amendment
as the
issue.
marauders punched and kicked and mauled and spit upon and hit officers with baseball bats
The
and fire
Marauders.
extinguishers, cursed the cops.
That always makes me think of like
stormed our
Skyrim.
Capitol. He defended us, and he lived every
Maybe it's Fallout.
minute
One of them.
his
They're always
oath of
Marauders.
office. And afterwards, overwhelmed by emotion, he broke down in the rotunda. And he cried for 15 minutes. And he shouted out, "I got called an N-word 15 times today." And then he recorded, "I sat down with one of my buddies.
Well, yeah, that tends to
Another
happen
black guy
when
in
a bunch of
tears
neo-Nazis
started
break into the
streaming down my
Capitol.
face, and I said, 'What the F, man? Is this America?'
Yes, yes, yes. This is exactly what America is.
For all of you in this trial, is this America?
Yes.
Can our country and our democracy ever be the same if we don't hold accountable the person responsible for inciting the violent attack against our country?
Ever be the same? We want to hold somebody accountable for like the
And all
first
of those
fucking time in
serve
history.
us so faithfully and
Have you
honorably.
read a history book,
America?
Representative Raskin?
Mr. Neguse will now provide a roadmap of our evidentiary case.
Neguse is a really good speaker, but they are really, they're saddling him with the minutia of the case. So while he is a good speaker, he's going to be doing all the boring shit. That is correct. Oink, oink. It's almost like we live in a fascist police state.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, counsel. Like several of you, I am a child of immigrants. And as a son of immigrants,
I also feel like he has Watched a lot of Obama speeches as well. He's got that kind of cadence.
Greatest republic that this world has ever known. A hallmark
Correct.
of our republic since the days of George Washington.
But I could also see how Capitol cops could be kind of removed from that
For centuries,
and not really understand what's going on in the sheriff's departments and the state
Unfortunately,
police across the country.
sadly, we know now that we can no longer take that for granted. Because as lead manager Raskin explained on January
Oh, sure.
6th,
Well, ACAB, all cops are bastards.
transition of power was violently interrupted when a mob stormed this Capitol and desecrated this chamber.
And we have reason to
As
believe
you'll
that
see during the
a couple of the
course
Capitol
the trial,
cops
that
were
mob
actually in on the
was
siege.
Summoned, assembled, and incited by the former President of the United States, Donald Trump,
I mean, we saw them take selfies and shit.
because he wanted to stop the transfer of power so that he could retain power, even though he had lost the election. And when the violence erupted, when they were here in our building with weapons, he did nothing to stop it. If we are to protect our republic and prevent something like this from ever happening again, he must be convicted. Now, I want to be very clear about what we will show you during the course of this trial. As my fellow managers present our case to you today, tonight, tomorrow, it'll be helpful to think about President Trump's incitement of insurrection in three distinct parts: the attack, the provocation, the attack, and the harm. Let's start with the provocation. We will show during the course of this trial that this attack was provoked by the president, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was foreseeable. And of course, that makes sense. And this mob was well orchestrated. Their conduct was intentional. They did it all in plain sight, proudly, openly,
They told us for weeks they were going to do it.
because they believed, they truly believed that they were doing this for him, that this was their patriotic duty. They even predicted that he would protect them. And for the most part, they were right. In his unique role as commander-in-chief of our country, and as the one person that the mob was listening to and following orders from, he had the power to stop it. And he didn't. Now, some have said that President Trump's remarks, his speech on January 6th, was just a speech. Well, let me ask you this. When in our history
I can't answer that.
has a speech led
Because
thousands
Republicans are part of a
people
cult.
to storm our nation's capital with weapons, to scale the walls,
They have no balls,
break windows,
no spine.
kill a Capitol police officer? This was not just a speech. It didn't just happen. And as you evaluate the facts that we present to you, it will become clear exactly where that mob came from. Because here's the thing, President Trump's words, as you'll see on January 6th, in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. Those words had a very specific meaning to that crowd.
I'm okay.
How do we know this?
I swear.
Because in the weeks prior to, during, and after the election, he used the same words over and over and over again. You will hear over and over three things. You can see them on the screens. First, what lead manager Raskin referred to as the big lie.
That hit killed me.
that the election was stolen.
I'm not even got the bong out yet.
You will hear over and over him using that lie to urge his supporters to never concede and stop the steal. And finally, you will hear the call to arms, that it was his supporters' patriotic duty to fight like hell. To do what? To stop the steal, to stop the election from being stolen by showing up in this very chamber, to stop you, to stop us. I'd respectfully ask that you remember those three phrases as you consider the evidence today. Election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell, because they did not just appear on January 6th. Let me show
I was indeed having a smoke
what I
attack.
mean. Let's start with the big lie. You will see during this trial that the
I
president,
feel a lot better now, though.
by last spring, that he could lose. He might lose the election. So what did he do? He started planting the seeds to get some of his supporters ready by saying that he could only lose the election if it was stolen. I mean, in other words, really what he did is create a no-lose scenario. Either he won the election, or he would have some angry supporters, not all, but some, who believed that if he lost, the election had to be rigged. And they would be angry because he was telling Americans that their vote had been stolen. And in America, our vote is our voice. So his false claims about election fraud, that was the drumbeat being used to inspire, instigate, and ignite them, to anger them. Watch this clip.
Because we're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. We're not going to let it happen. It's the only way we can lose, in my opinion, is massive fraud.
We all know what happened after that. He lost. He lost the election. But remember, he had that no-lose scenario that I referenced earlier. He told his base that the election was stolen, as he had forecasted. And then he told them, your election has been stolen, but you cannot concede. You must stop the steal.
You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country,
That's what we did. We stopped you from stealing the election.
signs, stop the steal. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot.
Seriously, anything a right-winger says is projection.
Now, while
If they accuse you of trying to steal an election, they're the ones trying to steal an election.
he's also
They
simultaneously
accuse you of being a pedophile, they are a pedophile.
everything he possibly can.
They
to
accuse you of
overturn
lying, they are lying.
First, he begins with the courts, a legitimate avenue, legitimate
No, thank you.
to challenge the election.
I know you'll do a fantastic job.
All of their adverse rulings, when all of his claims are thrown out. Then he moves on to trying to pressure state election officials to block the election results for his opponent, even though he'd lost in their states. You'll hear my fellow managers discuss that in detail. Then he tries to threaten state election officials to actually change the votes, to make him the winner, even threatening criminal penalties if they refused. He had the Justice Department investigate his claims, and even they found no support for those claims. So he tried to persuade some members of his party in Congress to block the certification.
So much so
with attacks
that the
in
acting
public
or the
forums.
attorney general stepped
When
down
that failed, he tried to
with just like
appoint
20-something days to go.
the Vice President of the United States of America to refuse to certify the vote and send it back to the states. None of it worked. So, what does he do? With his back against the wall, when all else has failed, he turns back to his supporters who he'd already spent months telling them that the election was stolen. And he amplified it further. He turned it up a notch. He told them that they had to be ready not just to stop the steal, but to fight like hell.
We're in a fight for the survival of our nation, and we are going to keep on fighting.
We will never surrender. We will only win. Now is not the time to retreat. Now is the time to fight harder than ever before.
We have to go all the way, and we're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever...
Never gonna give you up.
You will see that in the months as the president made these statements, people listened. Armed supporters surrounded election officials' homes. The Secretary of State for Georgia got death threats. Officials warned the president that his rhetoric was dangerous and it was going to result in deadly violence. And that's what makes this so different, because when he saw firsthand the violence that his conduct was creating, he didn't stop it. He didn't condemn the violence. He incited it further. And he got more specific. He didn't just tell them to fight like hell. He told them how.
To be at the Capitol.
And when.
On
He
the
made sure
6th.
they had advance notice, 18 days advance notice.
And people associated with
Save the
them,
date for January
Roger
6th.
Stone, Steve Bannon, helped finance the rally
And fight like hell.
that turned into the
On January
incitement.
6th, as Lead Manager Raskin said, the exact same day that we were certifying the election results. And what time was that rally scheduled for? The exact same time that this chamber was certifying the election results in joint session. When did he
Curious.
conclude his speech? Literally moments before Speaker Pelosi had gavelled us into session. Many of us were in the House during that joint session of Congress. I was sitting 2 rows behind Leader Schumer and Leader McConnell. I remember it vividly. And as we were standing there, fulfilling our solemn oath to the president was finishing his speech just a couple of miles away. How did he conclude that infamous speech? With a final call to action. He told them to march down Pennsylvania Avenue,
Literally.
to come here.
To march to the Capitol.
That it was their
Said he
patriotic
would go with them.
because the election had been stolen. And when they heard his speech, they understood his words and what they meant because they had heard it before. Let's take just a minute and really look at his words on January 6th as he spoke at the Save America rally. Now, remember, I told you, you'd hear 3 phrases. The election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell. Let's start with that first phrase.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
Now, of course, each of you heard those words before.
They're neat. Like,
So
when
had
you
the
get
con-
elected, you need to be
the
under
president had
oath.
spent
Like,
months
everything you say
telling
is
his
under
supporters
oath.
that the election had been stolen.
like,
stolen, and he used
Pathological assholes like that just can't get
to
up
incite them
and
further,
lie
to
with
inflame them,
impunity.
to stop the steal, to stop the certification of the election results.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with,
or maybe it has to be something in order to comply with the First Amendment that anytime you're speaking on behalf of the office, you're under oath. So if he's standing in front of the presidential still, he can't fucking lie.
This speech as a call to arms. It was not rhetorical. Some of his supporters had been primed for this over many months.
Some of his supporters planted pipe bombs and had a plan
There were
to
vast reports across all major media
capture
outlets
representatives in tunnels and gas them to death.
that they'd be violent. You'll learn that Capitol Police and the FBI reported in the days leading up to the attack that thousands in the crowd would be targeting the Capitol specifically, that they had arrested people with guns the night before the attack on weapons charges. And this is what our commander-in-chief said to the crowd in the face.
Like, we knew all this was going to happen.
Right
What I
before.
didn't know
we will not let
was that they didn't have protection around the Capitol. I never in a million years thought they would breach the Capitol.
not gonna let it happen.
I knew there was going to be a violent rally that day because they told us there would be.
Thank you.
I remember it so vividly because I had 3 different screens up. I had the House, the Senate, and then I had the outside shot where they were on the steps of the Capitol, and like I just kept flipping back to that shot in amazement that they were allowed to do that.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them. Senators, this clearly was not just one speech. It didn't just happen.
Why'd they have to put the Y in brackets? Because he actually said, ooh,
Effort,
we have to get your people to fight.
instruction. Show up on January 6th and get your people to fight.
Days before, the guard should have been called in days before.
Incited it.
They knew what was going
It
on.
was foreseeable.
Why didn't they have backup from the Maryland State Police, the Virginia State Police?
The president's former chief of staff, is a retired Marine, 4-star general, was confirmed by this body to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, overwhelming vote. That man was John Kelly, and on the day after the insurrection, he said this.
You know, the president knows who he's talking to when he tweets or when he makes statements. He knows who he's talking to. He knows what he wants them to do. And the fact that he said the things he's been saying, since the election, and encouraging people, no surprise again at what happened yesterday.
No surprise. Think about that. No surprise. The president had every reason to know that this would happen because he assembled the mob, he summoned the mob, and he incited the mob. He knew when he took that podium on that fateful morning that those in attendance had heeded his words and they were waiting for his orders to begin fighting. And that, of course, brings me, my fellow managers, to what happened here in this building. As lead manager Raskin stated, my colleagues are going to walk through the events of January 6th and the evidence in very great detail. They are painful to watch and to recount, and I'm not going to repeat the evidence now. But I do want to be clear about what also happened during that terrible attack, and that is this, that President Trump once again failed us. Because when the violence erupted, when we and the law enforcement
Failed us? He attacked us.
Protecting you were under attack, as each of you were being evacuated from this chamber from a violent mob, as we were being evacuated from the House. He could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. It was his duty as commander-in-chief to stop the violence, and he alone had that power. Not just because of his unique role as commander-in-chief, but because they believed
being the head of a personality cult.
Following his orders. They said so.
I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do. President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th.
Seems pretty cut and dry, doesn't it?
Heard it from them. They were doing what he wanted them.
But I'm assuming Rand Paul is sitting there like this right now. La 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 la. I'm not paying attention.
To the Vice President of the United States.
Ted Cruz, Marco
They
Rubio,
didn't stop
Rick
in the face
Scott,
of
all
law
those
enforcement.
motherfuckers.
Police
Marsha
officers
Blackburn.
fighting for their lives to stop them. They were following the president. He alone, our commander-in-chief, had the power to stop him. And he didn't. You will hear evidence tonight, tomorrow, throughout the trial, about his refusal as commander-in-chief to respond to numerous desperate pleas on the phone, across social media, begging him to stop the attack. And you will see his relentless attack on Vice President Pence, who was at that very moment hiding with his family as armed extremists were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," calling him a traitor. You will see that even when he did...
Well, I mean, he is a traitor, but just not for the reasons that
tell
they state.
these people to go home in peace. He added, as lead manager Raskin said, I'll quote, "You're very special. We love you." Think for a moment, just a moment, of the lives lost that day, of the more than 140 wounded police officers, and ask yourself if as soon as this had started, President Trump had simply gone onto TV, just logged onto Twitter and said, "Stop the attack." If he had done so with even half as much force as he said, "Stop the steal."
I'm going to have to get up because I feel like I need to open the window more, because if you can see over there, like he's got his head kind of like it's not open all the way.
Didn't do that.
And I feel like he's
At the end of the day,
like hurting his neck to look out the window.
the president was not successful in stopping the certification. That we know, thanks to the bravery of our law enforcement and to the bravery of the senators in this room. Each of you who still...
Oh, my bad. He's still sitting like
your
that.
constitutional duty, even under the threat of mortal peril. But there can be no doubt
Even though I opened it all the way.
of the grave harm that he caused. To our elected leaders, to us, our families, to all who work in the Capitol, our staff, your staff, to our brave Capitol Police who defend us tirelessly with little thanks, who believed that they had a commander-in-chief who would defend and protect them and instead put them in harm's way, to those killed for heeding his command, to our democracy and the system which ensures that we have a president elected by the people, to our national security and our standing in the world. The harm was real. The damage was real. 5 people lost their lives on that terrible, tragic day. A woman was shot
And for
dead
what?
50 feet from where we later certified the election results.
And it's sad. 5 people died
And for those
because we let a
questioning
con man
how bad
run the
it was,
country.
Criminal complaints recently unsealed by the Department of Justice are more.
It boggles my mind.
You'll see one of these documents.
Hundreds of thousands of people have died from a completely preventable virus
We learned that members of this
because
group
of the incompetence
quote,
of a con
they
man
would have
being
killed
president.
Mike Pence if given the chance.
Because Trump got his feelings hurt.
We
And they
learned
call us fucking
in
snowflakes.
While they were in the building,
They say we have a victim
broke into the
complex.
Capitol. We got inside.
Ooh,
We did our
liberals
part.
always want to play the victim card.
We were looking for Nancy Pelosi to shoot her in the frickin' brain, but we didn't find her. And for anyone who suggests otherwise,
But we didn't find her. To shoot her in the friggin' brain, but we didn't find her.
themselves
And they have the audacity
have told you exactly
to
why
mock AOC for saying she was
you'll
scared.
see this in the trial. That in the halls
And the temerity to get on TV and lie about her.
and in charging documents, they confirm they were following the president's orders. You can see some of the statements on that screen. One who said, Trump wants all able-bodied patriots. Another, that President Trump is calling us to fight. This isn't a joke. Another one, I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called.
Jenna Ryan, that's the one that took the
Our
private
president
jet.
wants us here. We wait.
The
to take
real
orders
estate
from the
agent.
president. He made them believe
The bougie dumb fuck.
that the election was stolen and they were following his command to take back their country. As I prepared for yesterday, this trial, there's one memory that I couldn't shake, which was on the night of January 6th, and the feeling of walking back onto the House floor.
I don't know,
Many
man.
of you there. I remember us finishing our task at 4 in the morning. And as I walked off the floor, I was so
If she's not that dumb, she's willfully ignorant.
for the opportunity to thank
Smart people
The vice
get the
president
cog disc and convince themselves
Mike
of
Pence
some really
for his
stupid things.
actions.
I will agree with that.
for standing before us and asking us to follow our oath and our faith and our duty. We only got a couple of hours of sleep that morning. Early the next day,
I bet.
I called my dad, who came to this country, as I mentioned, as an immigrant 40 years ago. I told him that the
I think I
promise
stayed up all night that night because it's just like,
of
it's
serving in Congress for
astounding.
me was going back onto the floor with each of you to finish the work that we had started.
Unaware is an interesting,
I'm
because
humbled
it's the
to be back
cog
with you
disc,
today.
you know? Like,
And
they
just
convinced
as on
themselves they
January
were
6th,
doing
when
the
we
patriotic
overcame
thing.
the attack on our capital, on our country, I'm hopeful that at this trial,
I totally believe there's a lot of people that were there
to again
that were certain they were in the right.
by faithfully
And that goes
applying
back to the,
law,
like, people that think that
Vindicating
God is on their side. They think
and
they can do
holding
no
President
wrong
Trump
and then end up doing some
accountable for his
horrific things. Some right winger said that to me yesterday. It was like, well, God is on our side. Like that was like literally what was on the fucking Nazi belt buckles. Well, I guess not literally. It was I paraphrased that. Sorry. I didn't use literally just now.
Joaquin Castro and Eric Swalwell will now show the evidence of President Trump's long campaign to delegitimize his electoral defeat and to galvanize his supporters to help him retain his power. At any cost.
Figuratively,
We're gonna
literally.
go at this point,
Yeah.
step by
It was
step,
like God with
explain
us or God be
progression
with
all the
us or
way
something
up
like that. I didn't say it
until the
literally.
attack.
I'm sorry, I missed what we were doing just now. It's still the Democrats presenting their case.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Joaquin Castro, and I represent San Antonio in the United States Congress. There's a saying,
God is with us.
"The lie
Okay,
can
thank
travel
you. I knew it was something like that. I was close.
before the truth has a chance to put on its shoes." And that was before the internet. The point of that saying is that a lie can do incredible damage and destruction. And that's especially true when that lie is told by the most powerful person,
Got mittens?
our commander-in-chief, the President of the United States.
I'm kind of surprised that
This attack did not come from one speech.
Castro
it
didn't
didn't
receive
happen
a
by
spot inside the Biden administration.
The evidence shows clearly
But that could also
this
be
mob
that,
was
like, he's a
provoked over
popular
many months
representative and they don't want to
by
lose that
Donald
seat.
J. Trump. And if you look at the evidence, his purposeful conduct, you'll see that the attack was foreseeable and preventable. I'll start by
Especially after
discussing
they
President
picked,
Trump's actions
what's her
leading
name?
up to the election.
From Ohio.
His big lie.
Beginning
in the spring of 2020.
for that position. God, I forget what it was. And then Nina Turner announced she was running for it.
And by July, President Trump had reached a new low.
I think it was a representative that he
15
tapped.
points behind his
Like, uh-oh, we better not do that
He
again.
was scared.
We get too many progressives
He
up
began
in
to believe
there.
that he could legitimately lose the election. And so he did something entirely unprecedented in the history of our nation. He refused to commit to a peaceful transition of power.
He never committed
Here's
to
what
it.
he said.
He didn't commit to it in 2016. He said then if he didn't win, it was stolen.
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. I'm not going to.
And then we have to act like we're surprised that he did what he did.
Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation.
Senators, the President of the United States said, quote, "There won't be a transition of power. There'll be a continuation." President Trump was given every opportunity.
He did, because he said he really won the popular vote, and there was like 3 million illegal votes. He did say that they cheated when he
Instead,
won.
He told his supporters the only way he could lose the election is if it was stolen. In tweet after tweet, he made sweeping allegations about election fraud that couldn't.
And the craziest thing about all this is I've had to listen to Republicans accuse Democrats of doing exactly the thing Trump has done the entire time.
Were angry.
My whole life, they've accused Democrats of acting like a dictator. And then when a dictator actually
24th,
strolls in,
6 months before the election,
they suck his cock.
it will be the greatest rigged election in history. How could he possibly know it would be the greatest rigged election in history 6 months before the election happened? And on June 22nd, more of the same. Rigged 2020 election. It will be the scandal of our times. Again, about an election that had not even happened. On July 30th, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. Again, just big words with nothing to prove them. But he wanted
Wait,
to
did
make
Castro just call those big words?
election victory would be
I don't
stolen.
think inaccurate and fraudulent are big words.
This was to rile up his base, to make them angry. Now, these were just a few of the many
This
times
country is
President Trump
fucked.
tweeted about this. And he did it in speeches, in rallies, and in television, too.
This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history. Because the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election.
But Castro's not a right winger.
But this will be one of the.
I mean, it's a big word for Trump, sure.
elections ever.
This is clearly a man who refuses to accept the possibility or the reality in our democracy of losing an election. And there are dozens more tweets and speeches of Donald Trump spreading his lies.
I get you guys. Okay, you guys are right on that one because they are trying their best to appeal to Republicans.
They firmly believe that if he lost, it was because the election was rigged.
Will you accept the result if Joe Biden wins?
No.
Under any circumstance?
No.
Why is that?
Because it's lies and deceit and corruption.
Do you think that if we get to election night or in the following days, if Biden winds up somehow becoming the winner?
That is a real quote from George W. Bush.
Yes, days after.
I actually had a poster on my wall during the Bush administration of just all the different quotes
The only way that Trump could lose, that it'd be a rigged election?
that were flabbergasting.
Absolutely. I agree with that because there's no way in heck our president's going to lose. But yes, it would be a rigged election. There's some type of cheating went
I
on.
got two cats over there on that desk.
And I firmly believe that.
Now, all of us in this
They
room
are
have
enjoying
run
the
for
weather
election,
today.
and it's no fun to lose. I'm a Texas Democrat. We've lost a few elections over the years. But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen?
Excuse me for one moment. I'm going to refill my
And ask
coffee.
yourself
And I think
whether
it's about
you've
bong
ever
time.
seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election. But that's exactly what President Trump did. He truly made his base believe that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. And senators, all of us know and all of us understand how dangerous that is for our country. Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people that an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you're saying are lies. Let us turn now to the election. As you know, the results were not fully reported on election night, which is not unusual in our nation's history. But by November 7th, major news networks, including Fox News, reported that once the remaining votes were counted, Joe Biden would be the likely victor. So President Trump began urging his supporters to stop the count. I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, I
if we
remember
went around
that.
This room, there are folks sitting here that started down on election night and ended up coming back up and winning their races.
They just report projections.
Perhaps that's why some
And
of
they're
you
getting those
are
projections
sitting in
from
this room today.
the states.
But imagine if you were behind and the results start coming in, and as you started pulling ahead, your opponent said, "That's not fair. Stop the count while I'm still ahead." That's what Donald Trump did.
And we knew that was coming.
That's not how America works.
Commentators talked about the red mirage
Here,
for weeks
every vote
leading up to
counts.
the election.
You don't just stop counting when one person is ahead. We count every vote. And let's
Especially
be
those of
clear,
us who watch Majority Report with Sam
President
Cedar.
Trump knew that you can't
We
just
knew
stop
all about the
counting
red
votes,
mirage.
but he wanted to inflame his base. There was a purpose behind this, to truly make them believe that counting votes would result in a stolen, rigged election. He said at 12:49 a.m. on election night, quote, "They're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it." A little over an hour later, at roughly 2:30 in the morning, before all the votes were even close to being counted, he goes even further and actually declares victory. Take a look.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Also, I apologize for election night. I said I was going all night
We did win.
to 6 a.m. or until a winner was
Rather than
declared.
calmly saying, "Let's count the vote,"
After the Trump
there's legal
comments,
issues,
and it looked like we
we'll
would not
report,
know the winner that night, I
resolve
ducked
them.
out like 2 hours early.
instead,
I'm sorry.
he told his
False
supporters
advertising.
that he actually won the election and the whole thing was a fraud. He said that on November 4th, and he has never recounted that statement since. Despite President Trump's pressure at the time,
of course not, because I get told constantly that Republicans are the party of personal responsibility. They never take personal responsibility for anything.
Counted, and his loss became more certain, he riled up his base further. Take a look at
videos of them storming the Capitol, committing crimes. No, it was Antifa.
On November 5th, he tweeted in all capital letters.
Yeah, but I said I'd go until 6 a.m.
Quote,
I said 6 a.m. or until a winner was declared.
Senators, this is dangerous.
But like we got to 4 or something or other, and I'm like, yeah, there's not going to be any more news tonight. Trump's already spoke.
Because
Biden had given his speech earlier in the night.
People to stop doing something. And bear in mind, this is
also I called it. I'm like, Biden has won.
That somebody stole your cup of coffee.
And then like for days after that, people were messaging me and like,
this is the commander-in-chief.
Oh, is Biden going to win? I'm like, yes, Biden has already won.
Your election is being stolen.
I got upset when he came out on Friday night and didn't actually declare victory. It wasn't until like that Saturday.
And it worked. His words became their action.
He gave a speech as if he was president-elect,
to their action.
But he never came right out and declared victory. And I thought he should have done that.
The same day as those tweets, around 100 Trump supporters showed up in front of the Maricopa.
When they had that parking lot, and they had all the screens set up.
Literally trying to intimidate officials to stop the count, just as President Trump had commanded. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs said that protesters were, quote, causing delay and disruption and preventing those employees from doing their job.
Also, we know now, breaking news this morning, there is a criminal investigation
facing a global
into the call that Trump made to Secretary of State Roethlisberger in Georgia, which was what they were drawing up articles of impeachment on before the Capitol riot.
Trying to prevent them from doing their own jobs.
They were going to impeach the motherfucker for that.
It was scary, and it was a blatant act of political intimidation. In Philadelphia, that same day, police investigated an alleged plot to attack the city's Pennsylvania Convention Center, where votes were being counted. Police took at least one man into custody who was carrying a weapon. And this happened all over. In Atlanta, in Detroit, and in Milwaukee. His supporters used armed force to try to disrupt lawful counting of votes because they bought into Trump's big lie that the election was stolen from them. President Trump's months of inflaming and inciting his supporters had worked. They believed it was their duty to quite literally fight to stop the count, so they showed up at election centers across the country to do just that.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
And they accused him of putting that cardboard up to stop them from seeing the vote, but that's not the reason. It's because they were taking pictures of like the poll workers, and they felt scared for their safety.
Winning in all the key locations.
Because these people are fucking nut jobs.
Our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret.
They will be hiding. They will pay. They will be destroyed because of
Is that Alex Jones?
right here.
And there it is. They had bought into his big lie.
Old gay frog.
President Trump told his supporters over and over again.
Please tell me you've seen the
tweets, speeches, and rallies.
The video of him as like a Bon Iver,
their voice, their vote,
emo,
was being stripped away, and they had to fight.
Indie rock song. Oh my God, it's great.
And so they fought. And you may say, well, he didn't know that they'd take up arms.
The one that's
Well,
like,
he did know.
I'm angry.
When it was all over the news, President Trump didn't stop. As Mr. Swalwell will show, after Donald Trump lost, he became even more desperate and incited his base even further. He urged them again and again with increasingly forceful language to fight to stop the steal. And even as the certification got closer and he grew even more desperate, he gave them specific instructions on how, where, and when to fight to stop the steal. He told them to show up on January 6th and march to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of the election results. And he told them to come here and fight like hell. You will see clearly that this violent mob that showed up here on January 6th didn't come out of thin air. President Donald John Trump incited this violence. And that's the truth.
There you go. I whispered it to you. You will enjoy that. Now, they're probably going to take a break at some point in time for dinner. I wouldn't expect it in the next 2 or 3 hours. But I assume we're going to go into the evening tonight.
Mr. President,
yeah, this is like one of my favorite songs. I ripped it off YouTube. I'd listen to it in the car and
I
shit.
represent California's 15th Congressional District. Manager Castro just told you about Donald Trump's
Now, this is the guy right-wingers have been spreading all kinds of lies about.
But, to
He had like a volunteer in his office that was a Chinese spy. She got nothing from him. But when the story came out, it said she was sleeping with a couple of small-town Midwestern mayors. Well, right-wingers accused Swalwell of sleeping with him, and that's not true at all.
that if the election
Because right-wingers are dumb as fuck.
it only could have been so
And just
because it was
make shit up.
But that took time. Just like to build a fire, it doesn't just start with the flames. Donald Trump, for months and months, assembled the tinder, the kindling, threw on logs for fuel to have his supporters believe that the only way their victory would be lost was if it was stolen. So that way, President Trump...
And they ate it up. Because
he lost the election.
they've gotten to a point where they can't handle facts and reality. They have to be
And on November
spoon-fed exactly what they want to hear, what they believe. That's why, like, Fox News isn't good enough for them anymore. They had to get their news from Newsmax and OAN. That'll shoot that conspiracy theory right into their fucking veins.
He had a backup plan. Instead of accepting the results or pursuing legitimate claims,
instead of the white dragon, they're chasing the nut job dragon.
He doused the flames with kerosene. And this wasn't just some random guy at the neighborhood bar.
When I slapped my arm just a second ago, that kind of hurt.
This was all
God damn. I'm probably going to leave a bruise on myself.
Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish lies that the victory, that the election outcome was taken and it was rigged. And he had absolutely no support for his claims. But that wasn't the point.
None!
He wanted to make his base
64 court cases saying the exact opposite.
To make them angry, he was willing to say anything.
64 last time I checked.
He states,
I haven't checked since like the 6th. There could have been other cases now that have still gotten batted down.
Rigged election. Doesn't say why the election is rigged.
Some woman told me that the Supreme Court was taking up one of the cases
Dead people voted.
in a month or so. And like, I don't even think the Supreme Court is in session.
That's it. No evidence.
These people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Dead people voted.
Dead people voted. Also a lie.
Twitter statement. We have found many illegal votes. Stay tuned. This just wasn't true. He never found
show people the videos of the people that Trump accused of being dead. They're alive, and they're still like, well, that's just one person. There's others. I'm like, no, God damn it.
Not about bringing legitimate claims.
Show me one.
About dramatizing the election to anger his supporters. December 5, you see here, he goes after the governors of Arizona and Georgia, governors from his own party, claiming that they weren't with him. You see, senators, he is casting this in combat terms, that either you are with him, making sure that he won the election.
And the people that we have found that voted multiple times have been Trump supporters.
These are just a few of the hundreds of Twitter
Dude admit on the news, yeah, I voted for my mom, I voted for Trump.
And it wasn't just Twitter statements. As you'll see, he was dialing into meetings, holding rallies, appearing on television.
Lynn Wood, under investigation, an attorney
election victory
that held Stop the Steal rallies, now under investigation for illegally voting. You can't make this shit up.
Putting in a ballot, but dead people were requesting ballots, and they were dead for years, and they were requesting ballots.
People are laughing.
The alleged Biden margin of victory.
And I'm sure you've all seen right-wingers today say like Biden's the laughing stock of the world.
Midnight vote dumps. You saw them.
Nobody stopped laughing at fucking Trump.
Massive midnight vote dump.
It's one of my favorite spells to use on games that have it.
He said there were votes going up.
Kill somebody and then reanimate them and use them as a fucking.
He was saying anything he could.
Shield. Use them as a
so that they would fight like hell.
Use them to
overturn.
Draw aggro.
And it worked. Just as Manager Castro showed you, President Trump's supporters were taking up arms to stop the count. His message to fight like hell.
Fight like steel.
Real consequences.
I can't make fun of you though, Swalwell. I've fucked up a lot
recall
today.
That President Trump was attacking that state. And it's official.
I've never played WoW. I think we've had this conversation before.
He continued these attacks even after Michigan.
But Death Knight sounds cool as fuck.
Take a look at.
And I assume it's just the opposite of a white knight. It's a black knight that has
And then you get to
necromancy or some kind of black
Detroit,
magic.
And it's like more votes than people.
The opposite of like a paladin or something.
Dead people voting all over the place.
You know, I went almost every county in Michigan, almost every district. We should have won that state very easily. We have a similar type of governor, I think, but I'll let you know that in about a week.
He's literally telling them that there were more votes in Detroit than people.
Oh yeah, that is my kind of class right there.
People voted in Detroit.
I play a lot of games that let you, you know,
500,000
you can dabble in whatever.
In Detroit.
That's the kind of build I would do.
670,000 people living in the city. So again,
yeah, that's pretty much what I was on Skyrim.
But he needed to make these outlandish claims to truly make his supporters
Warrior
believe
stats with some
that
black
their
magic.
victory was stolen from them. And it was working. A few days after these clips, on December 5, his supporters surrounded the Michigan Secretary of State's home.
Secretary of State's house and the steal. Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
So I assume that's like a security guard or a cop or something on their front porch, which is insane that a Secretary of State has to have that kind of protection.
And honest elections.
9 o'clock at night, Secretary's family's inside. Protesters have surrounded her home, and they're chanting that she's a felon. And as we saw, when armed protesters showed up to follow President
during the holidays,
this was not the first time that President Trump's supporters used threats and intimidation. President Trump cannot say, I didn't know what I was inciting. From what Manager Castro showed and what I just showed, there was plenty of evidence that his words had consequences. And if he wanted to stop
it's exactly what he wanted them to do.
You saw Mr. Castro read statement after
Without
statement
question.
from our commander-in-chief saying, stop the count, stop the steal. President Trump was never shy about using his platforms to try and stop something. He could have very easily told his supporters.
And I was accusing him of insurrection over the summer when he was tweeting out fucking liberate Michigan,
But each time,
liberate Wisconsin, all that fucking shit that he
in
did.
the face of escalating violence, he incited them further. The next phase in the certification of results was the certification on December 14 of the Electoral College votes. The night before, President Trump personally issued 14 Twitter statements with more false claims about the election being stolen and directing his supporters to make sure that, quote, they cannot be certified. He states here, the rhinos that run the state voting apparatus have caused us the problem of allowing the Democrats to so blatantly cheat in their attempt to steal the election, which we won overwhelmingly.
He's accusing people of his own party colluding with the other party to cheat. And there are still people
This is his message.
that are going to vote
He calls them rhinos,
to acquit him.
Republicans in name only, and tells them to never give up. President Trump, to him, it was his supporters against anyone who would not overturn the election results so that President Trump could win. But on December 14, despite all of President Trump's efforts to stop, the electors cast their votes according to the will of the American people, and Joe Biden was certified as having won 306 Electoral College votes. The day after this occurred, Leader McConnell recognized this, stating, "Many of us hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20.
And I still can't believe that they're seeing him do all of those things to assault our democracy, and still they're getting up and saying shit like, we wish that the election had yielded a different result. What the fuck?
An election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount or we go to court. That's entirely appropriate. But what President Trump did was different. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election. Because once the outcome is clear and a judge rules, we concede. We recognize the will of the American people because we let the people decide. And that's what all of the courts, the Justice Department, and the 50 states that had counted the votes, they said it was time for a peaceful transition of power because that's what our Constitution and rule of law demands. Except President Trump. He directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th. That was his last chance to stop the peaceful transition of power. And that brings us to the attack. Manager Castro told you the power of the lie, especially when the lie comes from the most powerful person in the world, the commander-in-chief. It also helps if you spend millions of dollars to amplify that lie. You'll see here, in mid-December, President Trump announced the release of ads, including ones entitled, "The evidence is overwhelming," "Fraud," "Stop the Steal." He spent $50 million from his legal defense fund on these ads to stop the steal and amplify his message. They were released nationally, played in video ads, online advertising, and targeted text messages. They used the same words and phrases that President Trump had been spreading for months, that the election was full of fraud, to stop the steal. But now they had a specific purpose. How do we know that purpose? These ads were designed to run all the way up to January 5. And then they stopped.
Ooh!
This was purposeful and deliberate planning to target his base to rally around that day.
That's like a mic drop moment right there.
he continued to use his own platform.
That's the big Barry Mason
Who
reveal.
believed their victory had been stolen and who were ready to fight when, where, and how to stop what he believed was a steal. Donald Trump would issue a deliberate call to action. And just like in his ads, that action centered around January 6th.
I didn't know that fact about the ads. And if I didn't know that fact, that means that the Democrats have done a really bad job about messaging.
Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild. Will be wild.
Because that seems like a total no-brainer, nail in the coffin.
It wasn't random. It was his last chance to stop a peaceful transition of power. And he gave his supporters plenty of time to plan. This was the save the date, sent out 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't a casual one-off reference or a single invitation. For the next 18 days, Donald Trump would make sure to remind them over and over and over to show up on January 6th. And he would tell them exactly what he wanted them to do. On December 26, he tweets, "If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen, with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do..."
That actually happened, and the Democrats conceded, and George W. Bush became our president. So, you are lying, sir.
Have no fight because you are doing your job. Taking on...
Because the scenario you laid out actually happened.
And he also suggests, President Trump, that if this was the reverse and the Democrats had lost, it would be an
fucking Al Gore should have fought like hell.
act of war.
That's a man who legitimately had a grievance.
For January 6th. He even stated again 14 minutes later to make sure his supporters understood, quote, "The Justice Department and the FBI have done nothing about the 2020 presidential election voter fraud, the biggest scam, all caps, in our nation's history, despite overwhelming evidence. They should be ashamed." And then he adds, "History will remember. Never give up. See everyone in D.C. on January 6th.
Donald Trump is the biggest scam in American history.
Was the only time, the first time, Donald Trump had used it in his presidency. And he sent this to 70+ million Twitter followers the day they needed to show up and be ready to fight. On December 27, he reminds them again, don't miss it. Information to follow. A few days later, December 30, all caps, see you in D.C. This continues all the way up to January 6. On January 1, he states, the big protest rally in Washington will take place at 11 a.m. Locational details to follow. Stop the steal. You'll see that an hour later, President Trump retweeted one of his Twitter followers. That follower was Kylie Kremer, Executive Director of Women for America First, the group organizing the January 6 rally and the creator of the Facebook group Stop the Steal. Kremer tweeted, quote, "The cavalry is coming, Mr. President," referring to the cavalry showing up on January 6. She also added a website for supporters to RSVP and made clear what the
TrumpMarch.com.
Stop the steal. And what did President Trump say in response to hearing that the cavalry was coming?
Holy shit.
A great honor, he wrote back. This wasn't just a single tweet. He and his organizers would do this over and over repeatedly. On January 3, another supporter tweets, "We have been marching all around the country for you, Mr. President.
It does indeed suck. I agree with Scrappy.
On January 6 and proudly stand beside you. Thank you for fighting for us." When President Trump reposted her tweet, she wrote back, "Best day ever. Thank you for the retweet. It has been an honor to stand up and fight for you and our nation. We will be standing strong on January 6th in D.C. with you. We are bringing the cavalry, Mr. President."
I thought you'd already timed him out. I thought that's where he went.
Consistent message. This was not just any old protest. President Trump was inciting something.
I don't care. I love it when people try to troll me.
The cavalry was coming. And he was organized. In her post,
I mean, I do a show called The Troll Patrol, so obviously, like, I'm welcoming people to come for it.
Post we just saw President Trump retweet.
But also, I want the community to feel safe and secure, and also not be bothered.
I'll show you all of the Twitter statements, and there are a lot. But here's
I totally agree. I don't know if you were around yesterday when I just I was at a good point in the show where I was at a break and he started saying some shit and everything he said I had a lightning quick response to.
And in response, President Trump
shot him down. I feel like Neo sometimes with dumb fucks.
Historic day. Before Congress, I prosecuted violent crimes in California as an Alameda County Deputy District Attorney. And when you investigate and prosecute violent crimes, you have to distinguish. Was this a heat of passion crime? Or was
and Swalwell is kind of boring. Why would a Chinese spy, which seems like a very interesting person, be interested in fucking Swalwell?
Leading up to January 6th
makes no sense.
Was deliberate, planned, and premeditated. This was not one speech, not one tweet. It was dozens in rapid succession with the specific details. He was acting as part of the host committee. In fact, when he had assembled his inflamed mob in D.C., he warned us that he knew what was coming. This was President Trump's statement the night before the attack. I should say this was one of his dozens of statements on Twitter in the hours leading up to the attack. I hope the Democrats...
You're exactly right. We will not stand for a landslide victory in favor of Biden being stolen by a con man like you, Mr. Trump.
Pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide victory to be stolen.
But make no mistake about it, I'm sad he's not going to be testifying in this proceeding.
At John Cornyn, at Senator John Thune.
I would like to hear from him. I wish he would give a phone call to Fox. I want to know what's going through his mind.
Election to be stolen. It's all right there.
An interview to Newsmax, something.
Senators to pressure you to stop this. And he warns all of us that his thousands of supporters, whom you'll see that the FBI had warned were armed and targeting the Capitol, won't stand for us certifying the results of the election.
But I mean, it's not long before they're going to fucking...
Never about one speech.
They'll be a new apprentice. They'll...
with repeated messages,
they'll launder him back into the mainstream.
That they had been robbed of their vote.
He'll host SNL again.
Anything to stop the certification. He made them believe that their victory was stolen.
That's gonna be wild if it's like 10 years from now and he's hosting SNL and they're making jokes about like the Capitol riot and shit. That will blow my fucking mind.
This is tyranny against
and in this late stage capitalism hellscape we live in, it's absolutely possible.
The tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election. We don't have a country anymore.
The left lies, they cheat and they steal. They are ruthless and they are hell-bent on getting power.
And if that actually happens and somebody is pulling this clip, you're in 2031 and you're pulling this clip from my YouTube. Like, this guy fucking called it. Like,
can't let it happen.
Be sure to subscribe, follow, all that good shit. Buy a Right Wingers or Morons t-shirt.
The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them.
Can't let it happen. Never concede. Fight. He told them in speech after speech. These crowds were ready to fight. This is what President Trump was inciting. He foresaw what was coming, and this is
But
what...
tell me I'm wrong. Like, you could legitimately see that happening, right?
I want to be clear.
80-something-year-old Trump
talk about
strutting his ass out on the stage,
we do not
giving a
mean every
monologue,
American who showed up at President Trump's rally,
making jokes about how he was in bed with Putin
peacefully.
and how he loved Kim Jong-un.
That is what makes our country so great, to debate freely, openly, and peacefully.
I'm amazed they haven't asked Bush to come on yet
Like all of you were attempting to
and do a fucking little bit with him and Will Ferrell.
But what President Trump did was different.
I would watch a TV show from jail or a podcast.
Or be strong.
They do a podcast with Trump from his cell. Oh my God.
Over months, told them to fight for a specific purpose. He told them their victory
is that possible, or does that violate jail rules?
Was to fight to stop the steal.
They do those documentaries. You gotta get permission from whatever jail it
He
is.
repeated this messaging even after he saw the violence it was inciting. And when they
I didn't watch Tiger King. I know nothing about it, but I would watch a show of Joe Exotic in jail. I know enough about him to know that I would enjoy that.
Show up on January 6th at the exact time the votes of the American people.
You make a very good point.
And then march to the Capitol and fight like hell. He told this to thousands of
way
people
off topic.
armed to the teeth, targeting us and determined to stop the Electoral College count. What our commander-in-chief did was wildly different.
But so far, the Democrats have done a really good job
to raise election concerns. This was a deliberate, premeditated incitement to his base.
Hopefully,
to attack our capital.
the early part of the Biden administration, this in Congress, we've seen Chuck Schumer grow a pair of balls. So hopefully, this is a sign of what they're going to do for the next 2 or 4 years.
This is what the evidence has overwhelmingly shown.
They might actually stand a chance and not get just slaughtered. The 2022 map actually lines up really well for Democrats. They're likely to make gains in the Senate, or at least hold on to their current.
Recess for a 15-minute break.
Without objection, so ordered.
So we're recessing for 15 minutes. So we don't get any commentary because we're on C-SPAN. I don't know. They might come
it
back
is
in.
The first
Okay,
of what
yeah.
we expect will be several breaks throughout.
They might take some calls.
This first day of arguments, legal arguments, in the.
Yeah, I expect them to take an hour or two.
Donald Trump. It began with the
around the 5-6 o'clock mark, and then come back.
Maryland, laying out some of the constitutional arguments that they would address.
Because I think they're going well into the evening tonight. That's why I'm not doing shows this week until Friday.
Of the manager's legal case,
the
and what they
proper Troll Patrol.
That came,
because we'll probably still be on the air tonight
looked at some of the
and tomorrow.
Pre-election alleged provocations by then-President, former President Trump ahead of the election while wrapping up.
Oh shit, at least 36 people may have developed a rare blood disorder after the COVID vaccination.
After election, what happened after the election, how the president
That's not good.
tested the election and some of the events.
But that sounds like that might be some sort of contaminant or something.
U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
I'm just reading you a headline. There could be perfectly logical explanations.
Break in the proceedings in the Senate. 15 minutes yesterday. The 10 minutes turned into 20 minutes, so it could be a little bit longer. And here's how the schedule looks for today. They've already begun, as we mentioned, their 16 hours of presentation here by the House managers. They'll do 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, and then the president's team, his lawyers, will get their turn on Friday and Saturday, with again a total of 16 hours over those 2 days. We expect 2 o'clock Eastern, and may take up any questions that senators have of the attorneys. They may also choose to decide on witnesses.
Yes.
And
yes. How's it going?
For documents in the trial. Final arguments equal amount each side, expected early.
I'm holding. Well, first of all, I work from home. I don't interact with people in any way. And the people that do come over are like people that have been isolated.
Case 67.
The person I enjoyed the Super Bowl with hasn't seen anybody in weeks.
Two independents who caucus with Democrats, effectively making it a 50-50 chamber with the Senate and majority, and the majority leader is Chuck.
I have a person over.
People watching the Senate.
You've been in the chat. We aren't buying your bullshit.
He says there's one line from President Trump's January 6th speech that Democrats keep conveniently leaving out: peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. From the majority leader just before they gambled in today, he said Donald Trump is charged with inciting an insurrection.
Oh shit, we've got a Maynard on the stream.
Desecrated.
Hey,
the Senate
Maynard.
impeachment trial of Donald Trump is about truth and accountability following the despicable January 6th attack. Yesterday, the vote in the Senate was 56-44 to move ahead.
Say something to him, buddy.
Decide that yes,
Say something.
these proceedings
Say
were
something.
constitutional. One of the Republicans voting with the Democrats
You
of
shy?
that was Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
Okay, buddy.
After that vote, later he talked about why he voted along with the Democrats this time, whereas the last time when Rand Paul questioned the constitutionality of going forward, he voted on the Republican side. Here's what he said.
I feel like I was making a really good point, and I don't remember it now.
Shoot, Ms. Cochran. What's the question?
Cat.
So the reaction to the vote yesterday was very mixed. Some folks incredibly positive, some folks very negative. Those who are negative, I replied that this is a constitutional question, and clearly it had been established that it is constitutional, and the Constitution...
Yeah, I read about him this morning. Yeah, fuck him.
Constitution and country over party. For some, they get it.
But he is correct here. He will probably vote to acquit, though.
This does not predict my vote on anything else. It does predict that I will listen to these arguments as I did to the arguments yesterday with an open mind. I got to run.
Ooh. I'm
That's
sorry.
Bill Cassidy, Senator Bill Cassidy. That's yesterday after the Senate voted 56-44 to move ahead with the trial, deciding on the constitutionality.
He seems like a real peach.
Impeach a former president, keeping in mind he was impeached by the U.S. House in the House on January 13th, a week ahead of the inauguration of Joe Biden. Here's a tweet, though, from our own Craig Kaplan, Capitol Hill producer, caught up with Indiana Senator Mike Braun this morning. And on the Cassidy vote, he talked to Mike Braun, and in that, Mike Braun said Senator Cassidy voting to move ahead with impeachment trial, quote, after that, when you have one senator that changed a point of view, I think that says a lot. So I think pretty well fixes in place what you might see as the eventual outcome. I want to remind you, too, that we're in the middle of a break. Could be a 15-minute break here in the Senate.
Was he trying to say that maybe some of them might hear the
goings on any of the proceedings? You can always
evidence and change their minds? I would hope.
cspan.org/impeachment in particular, and you also find there the briefs on each side submitted by the House managers and also by the president's attorneys. You can listen live and carry us along wherever you go at C-SPAN, the C-SPAN radio app, and of course our coverage here on C-SPAN 2 throughout the day.
Scrappy is the sheriff in here. Uh-oh, Media Winch is in here. You got another sheriff.
And over the next couple of days, we'll do that as well. A tweet here from the Democratic side, basically the House managers, the House judiciary.
He's got the band hammer out. What is up, Media Winch?
And Jamie Raskin.
We are on recess right now. Just started this recess.
Insurrection against the United States government.
Scrappy does have a point. There is a content warning on this channel.
By a president. Let's take a look at some video.
I say fuck a lot. And I talk about graphic content, such as politics.
So I'm going to take this off. So I'm going to be throwing out here real fast. Can I ask you about Cassidy real fast? Just a minute. I'm trying to talk to
I have no dog in this fight. That's between you and the mods.
Regardless of what happens this week, how do I feel about 2024? Would I continue to support President Trump in 2024? Well, if he's not convicted and not impeached, then of course he'd have the opportunity to run. that to me raises another question, which is why are Democrats so concerned about having him on the ballot 4 years from now? Clearly, he surprised them once. They think that maybe they think he could surprise them again, which raises the questions about their confidence at all. So, back to me. You know, you talk about. In fact, I've had many Republicans that say, "Well, Bill Clinton was never punished for his crimes." Well, I think in politics there is this punishment. It's called losing elections, and or it's called losing your bar license or whatever it might be in the case of like a Bill Clinton.
That's from earlier. Let's take you live now, just outside the Senate. Senator Richard Blumenthal.
Apparently by killing some of the people involved, like Michael Pence. It was a coup attempt, an effort to overthrow the government and stop democracy from working. The founders...
Technically, it was a putsch.
This high crime was among the most heinous...
A coup is when the military is involved. A putsch.
...commit. What we will see is that Donald Trump not only incited...
that is shoddy.
...but also then as commander-in-chief did nothing...
Scrappy gave Shoddy a
fact, he continued
a day ban, and then all of a sudden, on the court or whatever the fuck his name is, showed up.
Lesson here is not only about January 6th or about Donald Trump.
We knew it automatically just as soon as he said something. Like I cracked the fuck up.
The danger
I knew what was going on.
Violence in this country is persistent.
And like he came right in and was like, "Hey, this is me. I haven't been on here."
Terrorism bulletin.
It was so obvious.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, live just outside the Senate chamber. We're keeping our eye for statements like that as the Senate's in a break. The impeachment trial is in a break. The first one of the afternoon. They gavelled in today at noon Eastern, keeping in mind that the House managers, the Democrats, will have 16 hours total of...
I think we're starting back at noon tomorrow.
Likewise with the
Eastern
attorneys on Friday and on Saturday.
I think it's noon every day.
From that first break of the day.
And it'll be all day long.
Some of the senators, not only is this their second impeachment in 13 months, for a dozen of them,
we're all friends in here. I have no clue how many people are in the chat. It shows 0. I have no clue how many people are watching me. It's shown 0 the entire time I've been on. But clearly people are watching the stream.
Had the unique role of serving in the House.
People are talking to me, so I assume you're also watching the stream.
In 1999 and serving as a juror for the trial in the House.
Absolutely jump on with me.
And went on to vote against Clinton's conviction in the Senate.
I'll get you. I've got the guest stream.
And has condemned the former president's actions.
Yeah, but I could have people on YouTube, Facebook, whatever.
You mentioned the day began with the lead House manager, Jamie Raskin, laying out the constitutional case and responding to.
But that's just Twitch.
Arguing yesterday in the opening the constitutionality.
I actually get a lot of people watching on Periscope. They comment very rarely. But there is a lot of watch time on Periscope, and that flipped me out. They pop up every now and again. They always seem to be hostile to me. I'm on the Nazi one, too. I'm on D-Live or whatever it is. There's like a Nazi Twitch. And I'm on there, but like we've never had anybody comment from there. If you're watching this on one of the like really weird platforms I'm on, please say something like D-Live or Smashcast or Vaughn TV.
The evidence will show you that he saw it coming and was not remotely surprised by the
what are you up on a scissor lift or something?
Inexorably and inevitably came as predicted and overran.
Yeah, I got to fix my Nightbot back. It was fucking up yesterday and I turned it off.
We will show you that he completely abdicated his duty.
I don't know what an order picker is. I don't know what that means. You say 50 feet in the air, and I'm thinking like, you're up on a scissor lift.
Violated his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend.
The only time I've ever worked in that kind of environment where I would be on anything would be a scissor lift.
us that day was a longtime veteran.
I did AV installs.
Public servant who spent several hours battling the mob as part of one of
And I've helped build stages and shit like that on occasion.
For several hours straight, as the marauders punched and kicked and mauled and spit upon and hit officers with baseball bats and
I was a tech for a Marriott at one point in time. That was pretty cool.
He defended us, and he lived every minute of his oath of office. And afterwards, overwhelmed by emotion, he broke down in the rotunda. And he cried for 15 minutes. And he shouted out, "I got called an N-word 15 times today." And then he reported, "I sat down with one of my buddies, another black guy, in tears."
She said she'd send me a pic. I don't know. I've got Discord open. I went to the Facebook. I have no clue what she sent me a pic on. Maybe she whispered it to me on Twitch. No, I don't have a whisper.
Can our country and our democracy ever be the same if we don't hold accountable?
Impeachment to the rescue on what? What are we rescuing?
Our capital.
This country? I do not think impeachment is going to rescue this country by any stretch of the imagination.
Is this America?
Oh, you have to park.
Are about 2 hours into their total.
But yeah, I did a lot of. I'd have to get up on scissor lifts and put like. One of the last installs I did was at a bug museum. We put in some
So they've so far heard from
screens and projectors.
Joaquin Castro, Eric Swalwell, and Joe Neguse.
Why do I think that it will not rescue the country?
The supporters.
We got a hell of a lot more problems than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just a symptom of a much wider problem. Biden is not as bad as Trump. That's correct. Biden is still bad. Biden is a million times better than Trump, and Biden is still pretty shit.
Their vote was being stripped away.
So far though, he's been pretty. Oh, so it's kind of like a forklift, and you've got some.
He didn't know that they'd take up arms.
Some sort of table on it.
But when he did know, when it was all over the news.
Oh shit! I closed out Discord.
President Trump didn't stop. As Mr. Swalwell
Can't stop, won't stop.
After Donald Trump lost.
If you're just joining the stream, we are currently on recess.
And incited his base.
From the Senate trial.
He urged them, again and again, with increasingly forceful language, to fight.
That is how bad Trump is.
And even as the certification got closer.
Pretty goddamn bad. They say Orange Man bad, and I'm like, yeah, Orange Man is indeed bad.
On how, where.
I mean, he raped a 13-year-old. Like, just right off the bat, doesn't that just disqualify you from anything in life? How is he even? How is he outside of a prison cell?
Of the election results, and he told them to come here.
Just right off the top, right there. He admitted, or the Trump organization admitted to laundering money for Russia before he ever took office.
Didn't come out of thin air. President Donald John Trump incited this violence. And that's the truth.
He did indeed rape someone. How is he not in prison? Well, he's got 30-something rape allegations.
What he wanted them to do.
But I mean, I specifically bring up.
They wouldn't have listened to you, to me, to the Vice President of the United States, who they were attacking. They didn't stop in the face of law enforcement, police officers fighting for their lives to stop them. They were following the president. He alone, our commander-in-chief, had the power to stop it. And he did. You will hear evidence.
This is the court filings in the Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein rape lawsuit, where he's accused of raping a 13-year-old girl.
Phone, across social media.
So just right off the fucking bat, how is that not disqualifying? And that shows you how racist this country is.
Who was at that very moment hiding.
For the black man to win the election, one, he had to be not totally black. He had to be mixed race. He had to speak like a white person. He had to be squeaky fucking clean.
3.5 hours into the attack,
Whereas Trump can be a crooked ass con man, rapist, and still get elected president. That's how racist this fucking country is.
You're very special.
It is a shame.
Think for a moment, just a moment.
Still accused him of being the Antichrist. The actual Christian. My problem with Obama was that he was too fucking Christian. He was too fucking Republican.
If as soon as this had started,
They call him the Antichrist and a communist.
just logged onto Twitter and said, "Stop the attack."
Right-wingers are fucking morons.
Half as much force as he said, "Stop the steal." How many lives would we?
Maybe me. He was too nice to be the well, supposedly the Antichrist is supposed to be slick talking and not blah. If you've read the Bible, he's supposed to be a very charming individual. And that's what they used against him. He's actually charming and shit.
The electors cast their votes according to the will of the American people, and Joe Biden was certified as having won 306 electoral.
And he was too nice. The liberals fell for it.
The day after this occurred, Leader McConnell recognized this, stating, "Many of us hope that
He ran as if he was some sort of progressive.
but our system of government has processes
Aw, puppy.
who will be sworn in on January 20. The Electoral College has spoken." As Manager Castro said, no one among us wants to lose an election. Sometimes there's a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close.
So we're currently waiting for the Senate to reconvene.
That's entirely appropriate.
I'm not exactly sure if the Republicans get a rebuttal or if this is going to be 8 hours of Democratic presentation.
Because once the outcome is clear and a judge rules, we can
Because make no mistake about it,
the American people. Because we let the people decide.
we got a raid coming in. If you are interacting on Twitch, I'm not just on Twitch. I'm on YouTube, Facebook.
They said it was time for a peaceful transition of power because that's what our Constitution
So
and law
please,
demands.
say something to me. Talk to me. We're currently waiting for the Senate to reconvene.
Directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th.
We're a long way from any judge deciding prison for Trump.
And that brings us to the attack.
That's a hell of a long path.
Manager Castro told you the power of
If we're lucky, next week,
when the lie comes from the most powerful person in the world.
he will be convicted. I doubt that's going to happen, but it's possible.
To amplify that lie.
If he is convicted in the Senate, he will lose the ability to run for office again. He will be
President Trump announced
stripped of his security detail
the evidence is overwhelming.
and will have his pension revoked.
Stop the steal. He spent $50 million from his legal
Which I think is a fitting punishment. One of the things that I had talked about was that he needed to lose his...
released nationally.
Am I a Viking?
Online
No.
targeted text messages. They use the same words and phrases.
I might play Assassin's Creed Valhalla
That the election was full of fraud.
eventually.
Stop the steal. But now they had a specific purpose.
I haven't gotten my hands on a PS5 yet, and apparently it doesn't run too well on the PS4. Though I have almost bought it a few times. I look like a Viking? Really? Now I had a boss tell me I look like a pirate.
This was purposeful and deliberate planning to target his base to rally.
And he was giving this speech. See, I was doing AV installs at the time, and we were installing this really nice equipment into federal courthouses.
When, where, and how.
And he gives me this speech about how the reason why we get to go in these places dressed like a pirate is because we're good. We do a good job and everything. And I was like, oh. Are you telling me You think I look like a pirate, and just like fucking everybody that was in the shop cracked the fuck up.
At 1:42 in the morning,
Me with my bandana and my Fu Manchu,
Chief tweeted,
my long hair.
"Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there.
I don't think I look like a pirate though.
Will be wild."
I get told I look like I shred guitar a lot. I do not. I have no rhythm.
You know why he picked this day?
I cannot play instruments. But I wanted to be the lead singer of a rock band
And he gave his support
when I was younger.
This was the save the date.
So that's the reason why I because I have no musical talent, I went into broadcasting,
or a single invitation. For the next
audio visual technician engineering shit.
And over to show up on January 6th.
Because I can't sing.
Exactly
Scandinavian. I'm actually from Appalachia.
December 26th, he tweets,
I am from the mountains of eastern Kentucky.
Had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts at a level never seen before.
I'm a hillbilly.
The Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans
Now you may say,
just want to let it pass.
well, I mean,
no fight.
You probably may say that I sound like I'm from the South because I do have the Southern draw. People around here actually ask me where the fuck I'm from.
No fight because you are doing your job.
Not that I'm in Eastern Kentucky right now, because I'm not. I'm in a different part of the South that's even worse. I'm in a state that ranks lower in education than Kentucky.
And the Democrats have lost. Would be an act of war.
I was working at a news station here, and we had a story that we actually ranked 53rd in math in the country, and I cracked the fuck up. Now, I assume that that survey included territories or something, but we didn't specify that. So it also looked like we were also, you know, really shit at social studies as well.
In our nation's history, despite overwhelming.
But I assume it included, you know, Guam and Puerto Rico and shit in that.
And then he adds, history will remember. Never give up. See everyone in D.C.
Oh man, I've got a lot of stories from working at the shitty ass TV station in Alabama. I could write a TV show about it. It looks like we are reconvening.
Mr. Raskin. Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues, Madeline Dean
Back
and
to
Ted
Jamie
Lewis
Raskin, the House impeachment
former
manager.
President
I'm going to
Trump's
go grab
increasingly
another
desperate attempts
beverage.
to stop the steal.
I need to get off the coffee.
Mr. President. Esteemed members of the Senate, it is my solemn honor to be before you today. I am Madeline Dean, Congresswoman from the 4th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. I'm a lawyer. I'm a former professor of writing. I'm a sister. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother to 3 with 4th on her way.
Representative Dean, I'm glad you introduced yourself because I am not familiar with you.
Along with Manager Liu, I will present the actions of a desperate president. And we will present evidence today of a class of public servants who, standing up to enormous pressure from the President of the United States, did the right thing and upheld their oaths. My colleagues just presented evidence of a President Trump's months-long efforts to incite his base, leading them to believe the election was stolen, that they needed to fight like hell to stop the steal on January the 6th. These weren't President Trump's only efforts to overturn.
Just so you know, I have mods on YouTube too.
Manager Liu and I will present evidence of President Trump's relentless,
now, whether one is president
escalating
or not
campaigns
is another
to
story.
fabricate an election victory by ignoring adverse court rulings, pressuring and threatening election officials, attacking senators and members of Congress, pressuring the Justice Department, finally
Thank you,
bullying
Scrappy.
his own vice president. President Trump and his allies
I told you.
filed 62 separate lawsuits in federal courts across more than half a dozen states and the District of Columbia, including Pennsylvania, my home state, as well as Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Of the 62 post-election legal challenges, he lost 61. Only one was successful, and that case involved ballot curing in Pennsylvania and had no impact on President Biden's 80,555 vote victory in our Commonwealth. To be clear, not a single court, not a single judge agreed that the election results were invalid or should
Got me to 6.6K?
Instead, court after court.
I don't think you got me there. I think it was actually a really stupid
not credible
video I did with John Cena in it.
Based on nothing but
It has millions of views. That's what got me to the 6K.
The judiciary resoundingly rejected Trump's fraud allegations.
I've added a couple hundred off of the Troll Patrol, possibly.
But it was more than that.
But most came from the Bubble Guppies video.
They were dangerous to our democracy. For an example, in an opinion by United States District Court Judge Matthew Brann from Pennsylvania, he said, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single
We quoted this judge
let alone
multiple
all the
times.
voters of its sixth most populated state. Our people and laws and institutions demand more. Because this court has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person.
Pennsylvania is the sixth most populous state.
Cannot grant
I did not know that.
requested relief. That decision by Judge Braun
It is a
was
large
affirmed on
state.
appeal by Judge Stephanos Bibas, a Trump appointee who agreed and wrote, and I quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the roughly 81,000 vote margin of victory. And it never claims fraud or that any of the votes were cast by illegal voters. Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate and upsetting all down-ballot races," end quote. Similarly, as Judge Linda Parker of the Eastern District of Michigan framed it, she said, "Stunning in its scope and breathtaking in its reach. If granted, the relief would disenfranchise the votes of more than 5.5 million Michigan citizens who, with dignity and hope and a promise of a vote, participated in the 2020 general election."
Man, the Democrats really are on
told his
point. They've done a
supporters
really
they are
good job of
stealing the
making their
election.
case.
They took away your vote. It's rigged. That was not true. According to judge after judge, the truth was exactly the opposite. Trump was not suing to ensure election integrity.
And the point is even if they can't make their case to Republicans,
strip away American
they are
votes.
making their case to the American people and why they should tie Republicans
In other words,
to
Donald
Trump and
was
his
asking
actions.
the judiciary to take away votes from Americans so that he could steal the election for himself. Then, after losing in all the courts, Trump turned to another tactic, pressuring and threatening election officials. You saw what happened in Michigan after Trump attacked the state and its election officials. His supporters surrounded the Secretary of State's home, as you saw in the earlier slide, chanting, calling her a felon. On November 17th, the Board of Canvassers for Wayne County, Michigan, home to Detroit, unanimously certified the election results for
Who you
Biden.
call an asshole?
That same night, after their vote to certify the results, Trump called the two Republican members of that board, pressuring them to change their minds. The call worked. The next day, both Monica Palmer and William Hartman The Republican board members
You did not get me to
their vote to
6K,
certify
I
Michigan's
promise
election
you.
results, but they simply couldn't.
A video that I did that
President Trump
has
didn't
like
stop
5
there.
million views or
He then
4.5 million
contacted
views on it.
Majority Leader
Is
of
what
the
got me to
Michigan
6K.
Senate, Mike Shirkey, and the Speaker of the Michigan House.
We've already been over
to
this.
lobby them to overturn Michigan's results. Trump invited Mr. Chatfield and Mr. Shirkey to Washington to meet with him at the White House, where the president lobbied them further. Let's be clear. Donald Trump was calling officials, hosting them at the White House, urging them to defy the voters in their state and instead award votes to Trump. The officials held strong, and so Trump moved on to a different state, my home state of Pennsylvania. I am certain my senators, Casey and Senator Toomey, remember what happened there. In early December, as he did in Michigan, he began calling election officials, including my former colleagues in the Pennsylvania legislature, Republicans, Majority Leader
Oh
Ken
God,
Ward,
I might
and
have
Speaker
to
of the House,
fucking
Brian Cutler. Majority Leader Ward said the
lay in the
president
floor.
called her
That
to,
one
quote,
killed me.
declare there was a
With
fraud
7
in
bots.
voting, end quote. Then on November 25th, President Trump phoned into a Republican state Senate.
I've already pointed out how I got to
trying
6,000
to
subscribers.
convince the Republican legislators,
It was
senators,
a very
and House
stupid
members
video I
there
did
had been a fraud in the vote.
involving the Bubble Guppies and
He
John
even had his
Cena.
lawyer hold a phone up to the microphone in that hearing room so the committee could hear him. Here is what he said.
And boy, have I been riding high off of that. I get like 50,000 views a day because of it.
Election has to be turned over. We won Pennsylvania by a lot.
No, I'm kidding. It's like 2,000.
Swing states by a lot.
This was a gathering I've attended.
You do not know how to pull an IP.
A lot of policy
And even if you
hearings.
did,
I have
like
to
we're
say with
all
some
behind
confidence
fucking
that was likely
VPNs
the
and
first
shit.
time a
You
president
think
of
I
the
get on the
United States of
internet
America
and talk
called into
shit
state legislative
and I'm not
process.
behind a VPN?
And remember, here is the president saying he won Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania had been certified for.
I constantly have people tell me they're going to pull my IP and
Less
come
than a
like
week
shoot me in the
after
head or
calling
something.
into
Like,
that
all right, have
meeting,
fun in
He
Miami
invited
I
multiple
hear it's nice this time of year.
members of the Pennsylvania legislature
or Colorado or LA or
the
wherever
same
I'm
scheme
bouncing
he had
my IP
used on
off
the
of.
Michigan legislators. It didn't work with those public servants either. Think about it. The President of the United States was calling.
You say
public
pussy like it's an insult.
calling from the White House,
They are
inviting them
warm
into
and
the
inviting
office, telling them to disenfranchise voters of their state,
with
telling
a
them to overturn the will of the American
nice
people.
fragrance.
Also, he could take the election for himself. And then in Georgia, a state Trump had counted on.
My apologies, Representative Dean. We have
most
been
egregious.
bickering
On
over
November
your
11th,
presentation.
Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger confirmed that he believed ballots were accurately counted for Biden. Trump went on a relentless attack. Here are just a few examples. In all, Trump tweeted at Raffensperger 17 times in the coming week,
His obstinate Secretary of State.
calling him a disaster, obstinate, not having a clue, being played for a fool, and being a so-called Republican. All because Raffensperger was doing his job, ensuring the integrity of our elections. And these attacks had consequences.
He was doing a
Raffensperger and
democracy.
his family received death threats. Quote, "Your husband deserves to face a
He
firing
got death threats for doing a democracy.
Better not botch this recount. Your life depends upon it." The Raffenspergers should be put on trial for treason and face execution. Just some of the threats they received.
Sure thing, Keeley.
Threats on November 25th, Mr. Raffensperger wrote an op-ed.
I will not tell your mom.
My family voted for Trump, donated to him, and are now being thrown under the bus by him. But he also
You reap what you sow. I'm sorry you fell for a con man.
unfairly, and perhaps more importantly,
Who didn't see that coming?
That's not partisan. That's just American.
That's why you shouldn't have donated to him or voted for him, you dumb fuck.
Trump wasn't just criticizing a politician over policy. We're saying he didn't agree. Donald Trump was savagely attacking a Secretary of State because the official did his job and certified the state according to how the people in that state voted. Donald Trump was trying to undermine our elections by taking votes away from the American people so that he could remain president. And he was willing to blame and betray anyone, even his own supporters, if they got in the way. Remember, senators, those threats were to Mr. Raffensperger's family. So some may say Trump didn't know his attacks against Mr. Raffensperger would result in death threats.
Oh, you don't want me to tell your mom.
Very public. The secretary published his op-ed in USA Today.
Let's have your mom call in and we'll tell her what you've been doing.
Against the Raffensperger. What did Trump do? Did he stop? Did he say, no, supporters, that isn't what I meant? No, he doubled down. Let's see the evidence.
This was a massive fraud. This should never take place in this country. We're like a third world country. Look at Georgia. But I understand the Secretary of State, who is really, he's an enemy of the people. The Secretary of State, and whether he's Republican or not, this man, what he's done.
Like this character in Georgia who's a disaster.
We'll see if your mom will give us a call here on the old Troll Patrol
sink
line.
in. A Republican public servant doing his
That's the kind of fucker I am.
Received death threats, and the President of the United States labeled him an enemy of the people. And that's why this is different, because this was not just one attack or one comment. This was attack after attack in the face of clear threats of violence. And on December 1st, another official, Gabriel Sterling, a Republican who voted for Trump, made this point and appealed directly to our president to stop his dangerous conduct.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed.
Mr. Sterling put this perfectly. In this country, we can appropriately challenge a close count, or go to the courts, or disagree with others, or make bold statements. But what Trump was doing was different. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. Mr. Sterling saw what Trump's conduct was fomenting. He warned him on live TV that violence was already happening and that more violence was foreseeable and inevitable. Sterling's pleas were played over and over on every network. Rather than heed that warning, Trump escalated again. In early December, Trump called Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and pressured him to hold a special session of the state legislature to overturn the election results and to appoint electors who would vote for Trump. A few weeks later, on December 23rd, Trump...
Oh, Raffensperger? Yes.
For the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
He's the one that came out and he was like exacerbated. He's like,
an audit of the signature matching procedure.
There was no election fraud. Just runs down like all the
Trump urged him,
claims.
Find the fraud, and claimed the...
I already told your mom.
...a national hero if he did. Let's call this what
I told her to call in. She should be ringing in any second. If she's not busy. I understand it's work hours.
The official refused, and the investigation was completed. And on December 29th, Raffensperger announced that the audit found, quote, no fraudulent absentee ballots with a 99% confidence level. On January 3rd, Trump tweeted about a call he had with a Georgia election official the day before.
Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
What are you doing?
Your child is in my chat. He's aggravating people.
He should be in school.
I don't understand. He's like several accounts. And he's like, please don't. She will kill me. He's been in here the last couple of days saying some crazy fucking shit. He pretended to be your dad and asked to eat my ass and shit. It was kind of interesting. I should send you the video.
Please do. I'll take care of it.
So what do you have to say about your child to everyone listening? We've got a few people in here.
I'm at work.
This is like the principal calling on your kid.
Yeah, I clearly made a mistake trying to protect him from the coronavirus and allowing him to do work from home.
Well, he's been like fucking with my chat. Yeah, he's been doing it for a couple of days now.
Oh wow.
I think it was Monday night show where he pretended to be your dad, and it was a very interesting conversation. I realized very quickly that it was not your dad.
Are all of those Restream bots him?
There are a few different accounts that are him, yes. Do you want me to tell you which ones? Keeley Hall. Shada BF. He's also been banned from several. Minty Fire? What's a Minty Fire? He's got a lot of accounts on both Twitch and YouTube.
Well, he sounds like you may have learned something from you.
Was it? Well, he kept getting timed out on Twitch, so he went to YouTube, and he didn't think I had any mods over there. One of my mods jumped over and was like, nope. We can ban you over here, too.
Well, he is watching the Troll Patrol.
He is watching I appreciate him for watching the Troll Patrol. And, like, I wasn't going to call his mom until he's like, please don't tell my mom. And I'm like, well, I can't not do this, especially when, like, I feel like I can get his mom on the phone on the show and tell her. Because it was just, like, daring me to when he's like, don't tell my mom, please.
I'm texting him.
Okay, well, I appreciate you calling in. I'll let you get back to work, and we will get back to streaming the impeachment proceedings.
Okay. See ya.
Okay. Have a great day.
And state and
So
local.
Representative Dean has wrapped up her presentation.
President Trump's extraordinary efforts remaining until January 6th, when he tried again to overturn the election. I first want to highlight Representative Raskin's question to all of you today. Is this America?
I hope you enjoyed that.
Like all of you, I love this country. I am an immigrant. My parents came to Ohio, and we started off living in the basement of a person's home.
Her father, by the way, is the voice of my intro. It's like, the Troll Patrol, live with Joseph FREAKIN.
It's one reason I joined the United States Air Force.
I've had him do my intro for every show I've done.
America is an exceptional
because it's like a sentimental thing, because we worked together. It's like we worked together on the radio.
Alabama, and I remain in the reserves
when I was a young pup.
Country in the world. But how did our exceptional country get to the point where a violent mob attacked our capital, murdering a police officer, assaulting over 140 other officers?
Well, Representative Lou, it's about 25 years of conservative media.
And dishonored your Senate chamber, where the very place in which you sit became a crime.
And a Republican Party that was more than happy to take advantage of idiots.
I'll show you how we got here. President Donald J. Trump.
Please do not try to advertise in my chat
to maintain power.
That will get you banned faster than anything. You advertise shit in my chat, I encourage mods to ban
privately
you.
and publicly attacking members of his own party in the
Unless
House.
it's another show you want me to go on
He
or
would
interact with
publicly bait
somebody.
senators.
Did you try to offer like 10% discount in my fucking chat? You get the
December
fuck
18th,
out of here.
President Trump named at Senate Majority Leader and Republican senators, telling them they have to get tougher or they won't have a Republican Party anymore. We won the presidential election by...
Why are you pretending to be a girl anyway?
President Trump was suggesting to members of this Senate
That's fucked
that if
up.
they didn't help him try to overturn the election, there would be consequences. On December 24th, President Trump wrote,
Uh-oh, here comes
"I saved
Smokey.
at least 8 Republicans."
Oh, he didn't even. He went under the camera. You couldn't see him.
Now they almost all sit back and watch me fight.
They love to go all the length of my desk and then the TV
radical left
stand
Democrats.
over to my other
I will,
desk.
and in all capital letters he wrote, "Never forget!" exclamation point. President Trump was telling you that you owe him, that if you don't help him fight to overturn the results, he will never forget, and that there will be consequences. These are threats, just like the threats he made to state and local officials. And it continued. On December 29th, President Trump tweeted, "Can you imagine if the Republicans stole a presidential election from the Democrats? All hell would break out. Republican leadership only wants a path..."
Once again, this scenario happened.
Leaders, not me, of course.
We
are
went over that
pathetic.
earlier.
They only know how to lose. P.S. I got many senators and congressmen and congresswomen elected. I do believe they forgot. President Trump targeted
Now,
senators
data does show that he sunk
calling
the
them pathetic for
candidacies
letting the election get, quote, stolen from them.
of Loeffler and
On
Purdue.
January 4th, 2 days before the attack, President Trump tweeted, "The surrender caucus within the Republican Party will go down in infamy as weak and ineffective guardians of our nation, who are willing to accept the certification of fraudulent presidential numbers." Now he's mocking some Republican members as the surrender caucus, calling them weak and ineffective guardians of our nation because they would not pretend that he had won when in fact he had not. And then the very day before the attack,
That was a lot of different
President Trump's
things.
threats grew even more heated and specific towards
Mitch
Republicans.
McConnell also really helped hold the
that
stimulus
surrender
package
caucus.
hostage.
Now, we've shown you this tweet before, but I want to draw your attention to how the president was not just inciting his base, but
Well, we
how
don't
he
care
was
if he's
also calling out
here. I was
specific
just letting you know since because he said, don't
This
tell
is
my
a specific
mom.
warning to anyone.
I automatically had to tell his mom.
Anyone who was against
it was
the
it
president
was going to
became an
happen.
enemy. And let me be
It
very
was
clear.
too good of a bit not to do.
President wasn't just coming for 1 or 2 people or Democrats like me. He was coming for you, for Democratic and Republican senators.
If you want, you can sell me his PS5.
Just as the mob did.
There was probably a drop today that I missed.
In addition to going after senators and members of Congress, President Trump also pressured
Oh, wait a minute. If it's Sony Direct, it might happen at
to investigate
2:30.
the false claims that the election was stolen. At the president's direction, Attorney General William Barr, a loyal member,
It's just Justin Freakin now. I dropped the
federal
Mullins.
prosecutors to pursue substantial allegations of voting
Get it,
and vote
get it correct.
tabulation
Act
irregularities.
like you know, ma'am.
Bill Barr pursuing these allegations sparked an outcry. 16 assistant U.S. attorneys in the Trump administration urged the Attorney General to cease investigations because they had not seen evidence of any substantial anomalies. That means they did not find any evidence of real fraud. Attorney General Barr pursued the investigations anyways, and after his investigation, this is what he found, quote, "We have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." 2 weeks later, on December 14th, the electors voted to give Joe Biden 306 electoral votes and ensured his victory. The following day, Bill Barr resigned. Attorney General Barr had loyally served President Trump. He had never publicly come out against the president, but for Bill Barr, making up election fraud claims and saying the election was stolen was a bridge too far. Bill Barr made clear that attempting to overturn election results crossed a line. According to a news report, Bill Barr, the highest law enforcement official in the land, told President Donald Trump to his face that his theories of election fraud were, quote,
he offered us some kind of 10% discount on...
When Bill Barr resigned, his former deputy, Jeff Rosen, took his...
Rogue Energy.
President Trump initially tweeted about Mr. Rosen.
That's what it sounds like a pyramid scheme.
He would become acting attorney general. But when Rosen took
well, I mean, her job is a pyramid scheme too, so like mother, like son.
State officials, members of Congress, U.S. senators.
She sells life insurance.
General. President Trump reportedly summoned acting attorney general Rosen to the Oval Office the next day and pressured Rosen to appoint special counsels to keep investigating the election, including unfounded accusations of widespread voter fraud.
I don't even think I don't even think it's selling of life insurance. It's some sort of tangential.
According to reports, Mr. Rosen refused. He maintained that he would make decisions based on the facts and the law.
No, ma'am. My hair is like a part of my signature look.
Told by
this is completely off the rails. We're supposed to be watching an impeachment.
Already investigated and, quote, found no evidence.
Ted Lieu is not the most exciting speaker in the
President
world.
Trump refused to follow the facts and the law, so the president turned to someone he knew would do his bidding. He turned to Jeffrey Clark.
Why are you not working?
Who had allegedly expressed support for using the Department of Justice to investigate the election results. Shortly after, Acting Attorney General Rosen followed his duty and the law to refuse to reopen investigations. President Trump intended to replace Mr. Rosen with Mr. Clark, who could then try to stop Congress from certifying the Electoral College results.
I know where I am. I'm watching the impeachment of Donald J. Trump.
Not to fire
the Senate trial in the impeachment proceedings. He's already been impeached.
Threatened to resign en masse if he had fired.
I need to be precise when I speak.
President Trump's actions, time and time again, made clear that he would do anything.
We've been through this. I didn't tell you to get off a conference call. I can show the text message on the screen. I said when you get a chance, I'm streaming all day. You did second impeachment.
Retaining his hold on the presidency.
The text says I'm streaming all day.
January 6th kept failing.
Call when you get a chance.
Finally, in his desperation, he turned on his.
I will put it on the fucking screen.
He pressured Mike Pence to violate his constitutional oath.
Because I'm like that.
President Trump had decided that Vice President Pence, who presided over the certification, could somehow stop it. As Pence will later confirm, the Vice President does not have that power in the Constitution. And President Trump never tried to explain why he thought the Vice President could block the certification of election results. He just began relentlessly.
I'd like to see you come here, ma'am.
Publicly, President Trump attacked.
You're not the first person to threaten me today.
Supporters to believe that Mike Pence could stop this certification on January 6th. Here's what President Trump said in Georgia.
Scrappy's got a point.
And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like.
He's a great guy.
Behind
with his birthday money, that's still not him buying it.
To his second in command. Multiple reports confirm that President Trump used his personal attorneys and other officials to pressure the vice president. Trump reportedly told almost anyone who called him.
You gotta get pedantic up in here.
According to reports, when Mike Pence was in the Oval Office, President Trump would call.
Or is pedantic more about phrasing?
To convince the vice president to help him.
That's what we're talking. I'm stoned.
That Pence could stop the certification to his base to anger them, hoping to intimidate Mike Pence.
And then what does he do? He poses as his grandfather.
Tweeted.
And then comes on my stream and asks to lick my ass, lick Scrappy's ass, lick anybody's ass.
We win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. President Trump later went on to attack Pence nearly a dozen times in his speech at the Save.
Scrappy is so. Are you not even watching the stream?
Privately,
Do you not see Scrappy commenting? He's you responded to him.
President Trump again threatened Pence. You can either go down in history as a patriot, Mr. Trump told him.
Oh, I don't know who anybody is on Twitch.
Or you can go down in history as a...
I don't know if I even know Scrappy in real life. I don't know who. Like, people talk to me on Twitch like I do know them sometimes.
Former president and
I'm like, I know certain people
with
just because like their names are their actual names.
The election. You will see and hear the consequences of President Trump's repeated attacks on the vice president, the chance of traitor, and the chance of hanging.
I'm not sure, Tony. I'm not sure exactly how bits work.
Vice President Pence stood his ground like our other brave officials.
I don't care if your son gets on here. We had some fun with him.
And fulfilled his duty on
but
January
now
6th.
there is a content warning on this channel, ma'am. It is an 18+ channel.
He was personally targeted even after his family was targeted. Vice President
I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I work a little blue.
Certified the election.
Some explicit language.
What it means to be an American, what it means to show courage.
Because, like, when he was posing as your dad, he said something about, like, licking ass, and I'm like, yeah, I licked your daughter's ass. Before I realized, like, it wasn't your dad. I thought your dad was getting drunk or some shit. Getting on my stream.
President Trump's extraordinary actions.
Which is a traditional name of a family.
You saw him go from the courts to threatening state and local election officials to then attacking members of...
I did indeed say that.
Compromising our Justice Report.
Come on, that sounds exactly like something I would say. You know me very well.
These brave public servants were being pressured by our commitment to overturn results. Some of them and their families got threats. Thankfully, at every turn, our democratic processes prevailed and the rule of law.
Tony, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about bits. I'm still kind of new to Twitch.
President Trump, that our republic held fast.
So I'm not exactly sure I know how bits work.
And at this point, President Donald J. Trump ran out of nonviolent options to maintain power. I began today by raising the question of how we got here. What you saw was a man so desperate to cling to power that he tried everything he could to keep it. And when he ran out of nonviolent measures...
I used to be monetized on YouTube. They took it away from me because they said I used too much reused material.
As you cast your vote after...
And I absolutely fit into the guidelines of like fair use, using, putting commentary and everything.
Because they...
So that's actually why you haven't seen a freaking news in like a month or so, because I was afraid like maybe using all the I got so many they're not copyright strikes. I did email them back. It's very hard to get a hold of YouTube. But I got so many copyright claims from the freaking news just because I'm not expecting to monetize those. But I do them, like I want to use the actual songs. So I was just accepting the copyright claims, and I was afraid that I was getting too many of those, and that's what caused it. So I haven't put up a freaking news in like 2 months. And I want to start doing them again, but I reapplied for monetization in December, and I still haven't, like it's still pending.
Delegate ever to be on a team of impeachment.
I'm sorry,
but she was also.
But I was afraid that was what was causing me to not get the.
And I hope I'm not violating.
Yeah, YouTube is shit.
Laws when I say she was an A student then, and she's an A.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I like YouTube overall, but since they switched, they had a new monetary policy in October or something, and whenever that shit took effect, things got worse. Yes, I'm still going to start streaming video games. I'm probably going to wait until the impeachment is over with. Yeah, I did just say that while I'm live on YouTube. That's why I walked it back a little bit. That's what I like YouTube, all right.
I'm Stacy Plaskett, and I represent the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Over this past weekend, my 11-year-old daughter, I overheard her telling one of my sons, "Mommy doesn't seem really nervous about the impeachment trial." To which that son,
I'm not familiar with her,
like
and
an older
that's
brother,
I
said,
made sure to turn it up. I wanted to hear what she had to
"You'll
say.
learn that most of the time, Mommy really seems to have it under control." Now, we know as parents that's not always the case. But I've learned throughout my life that preparation and truth can carry you far, can allow you to speak truth to power. I've learned that as a young black girl growing up in the projects in Brooklyn.
This is the second day of the impeachment trial in the Senate. He's already been impeached for a second time.
Settings. And now, as an adult woman,
it's going to be over next
representing
week.
An island territory, speaking to the U.S. Senate. And because of truth, I am confident today speaking before you, because truth and facts are overwhelming, that our president, the President of the United States, incited a mob to storm the Capitol to attempt to stop the certification of a presidential election. My fellow managers have shown and will continue to show clear evidence that President Trump incited a violent mob to storm our Capitol when he ran out.
He will not be in a cell, even if he is convicted, which is a slim chance it's going to happen. He will not end up in a cell. This is not a criminal proceeding.
President's direction erupted into the bloodiest attack on this Capitol since 1814. Some of you have said there's no way the president could have known how violent.
I think it's more likely than what many people think it is, but like by more likely, I mean like
it was foreseeable.
13%.
I want to show you why this violence.
People are giving it like a 2% chance, and I think it's more
Donald
like a
Trump
13%.
Was different than any other politician just telling their fighters, their supporters, to fight for something. The violence that occurred on January 6th, like the attack itself, did not just appear. You'll see that Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting. He saw the violence that they were capable of, and he had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging that violence, never, ever condemning it. And you'll see that this violent attack was not planned in secret. The insurgents believed that they were doing the duty of their president. They were following his orders. And so they publicized it openly, loudly, proudly, exact blueprints of how the attack would be made. Law enforcement
and then asked him for pardons.
And reported that these insurgents would violently attack the Capitol itself. This was not just a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence.
You are correct. The impeachment is beneficial for Republicans.
The point is this. By the time he called the cavalry of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, and an event he had...
The Southern District of New York is moving fast, it seems.
To know that they were armed, that they were violent, and that they would actually fight.
There was a story this morning about them requesting subpoenas
and the
of
violence
Rudy Giuliani.
And he still gave that marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote...
Apparently they requested the subpoenas back in like December, and they were denied by the Trump Justice Department, of course.
Make no mistake, the violence was not just for...
So now it's whether Biden will actually comply with the subpoenas.
Violence was what he deliberately encouraged.
Well, if he does go to prison, it'll probably be...
Trump set the precedent that
I mean, a state prison is far different than a federal prison, so...
encourage it. Now, if the president
Maybe
had
he
only
would
said
indeed have it
something once
harsh.
about fighting to stop the steal
Yeah.
and violence erupted, there would be no way to know
He would be given special treatment.
or saw it coming. But just as the president spent months spreading his big lie of the election,
His face. Have you been communicating with somebody in prison, ma'am?
groups of people who, following his command,
Sounds like you've been intimate with that system.
engaged in real, dangerous violence. And when they did, when the violence erupted as a response
know
to
maybe
his
you had a
calls
prison
to
pen
fight
pal.
against the stolen election,
Been writing sexy letters to somebody.
he did not tell them no. He did the opposite. The opposite. He praised and encouraged the violence so that it would continue. He fanned the flame of violence.
Fucking stupid.
And it worked. You'll see this over time. These very groups and individuals whose violence the president praised helped.
You don't have to tell us bye.
On
But
January
bye.
6th. And that's how we know clearly that President Trump deliberately incited this, and how we know he saw it coming. There are many examples where the president engaged in this pattern, and I'm just going to walk you through a few of them. Let's start with the President Trump's incitement of...
Somebody give her a timeout.
Many of you have heard of this group, which since 2018 has been classified by the
Tony
FBI
Baloney is your
as
is
an
your kid.
extremist organization. Since that classification, the group has repeatedly engaged in serious acts of violence, including at pro-Trump rallies. And one such act, on September 7th, the Proud Boys attacked a man with a baseball bat and then punched him while he was down on the ground. On September 29th, during a presidential debate, President Trump was asked specifically if he was willing
Stand
to
down and stand by.
supremacy and militia groups, if he was willing to tell them to stand down and stop the violence. Let's watch.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do that,
specifically
but
do it? Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say-
sir.
Let's hear now the president's response.
Do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to
supremacists.
condemn?
White supremacists and white
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by.
When asked,
I'm not on the
and
Twitch
white
chat, so I don't exactly know what you're talking about.
What did our
I see it
president
through
say?
Restream and then on the
he
screen.
said, stand back and stand by. His message was heard loud and clear. The group
I don't know
adopted
what
that
you are
phrase,
referring to,
stand back
Scrappy.
and stand by, as their official slogan. They created merchandise with their new slogan.
I can do that.
Which they wore proudly across their backs at Trump's rallies.
I
And
like
they
the way you
followed
guys
the
think.
president's orders. You'll see more about this later in the trial, but you'll see in these photos, to the left, Dominic Pizzola, and to the right, William Pepe, two of the leaders of the group, heading to the Capitol on January 6th. They were later charged with working together to obstruct law enforcement.
Did you say Silve
As we go
Bebia?
through this evidence, I want you to keep in mind these words by President Trump when asked to condemn violence. Stand
Day
back,
streaming, that's correct.
stand by.
It's not usually
And see
daylight when I'm
example
on.
After example of the kinds of people like the Proud Boys who he had standing by on January 6th. By October, as my colleagues Mr. Castro and Mr. Swalwell showed you, Donald Trump was escalating his big lie that the only way he could lose the election was if it was rigged. So, as
Now,
election
she's the
day
first
neared,
one I've heard
his supporters
use that
were
big lie terminology.
and they were angry. They were prepared to ensure his victory by any means necessary. One of these violent acts was on October 30th.
I've seen several stories about it,
Sometime
though.
after 12:30 p.m., a caravan of more than 50 trucks covered in pro-Trump campaign gear confronted and surrounded cars carrying Biden-Harris campaign workers and a Biden-Harris campaign bus as they were traveling down Interstate 35 from San Antonio to Austin. According to witnesses, this caravan...
I remember playing that video on the stream and going, wow, it's going to be a wild few months.
...video to slow down in the middle of the highway and then to run it off the road. What that video you just saw does not show is that the bus that they tried to run off...
You probably will see a return on that, Scrappy.
...young campaign staff, volunteers, supporters, surrogates, people. As the Trump supporters closed in on the bus, a large black pickup truck adorned with Trump flags...
I bought 3 ounces of weed
...swerved and crashed
last
into
week.
a car driven by a Biden-Harris volunteer.
And we'll see if I can make it last through this entire impeachment hearing.
Viral on social
me just sitting here taking bong rips like it's going to go
President of the
fast.
United States, in a campaign, saw his own supporters trying to run a bus carrying his opponent's campaign workers off the highway to physically intimidate people in this country campaigning. Here was his response the next day.
3,
Merkin makes a really good point.
1, go! Welcome to the
Thank you, ma'am. We're all going to get copyright claims now. While watching C-SPAN, I wasn't expecting this.
The President of the United States.
What the fuck was that song?
Of his supporters trying to drive a bus off the road. You'll recall in that first video that I showed you, there was no sound. Well, the one that he tweeted had a fight theme song placed to it that the president put that music to that video. And he added at the top,
They did.
I love Texas.
But was that was that an actual hip hop song? I've never heard it before, or was it like some sort of
12.6
dumb fuck
million times.
wanting to capitalize on Trump
wasn't just a
right-wing song?
On
Oh, it's a real
November
song?
At a Michigan rally with a sea of supporters, the president talked about that incident again. Here it is.
Something. Do you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday.
Oh, it is a MAGA rapper? Okay.
So his bus.
Oh, so like hick hop.
Trump and the American.
You meant that. You didn't mean hip hop. You meant hick hop.
The president
Witty.
made a public
Fuck
joke
yeah. I love it.
of violence against campaigners in an American election. He made light of it. This was not a joke.
I might not get a copyright claim then.
So violent, it put so many people in harm's way that the FBI
They might be that small beans.
investigated the incident and the criminal responsibility of those who attacked these campaign workers. Now, our president, Donald Trump, could have said, okay, I didn't realize
Impeach
how bad
that freak.
This was very violent.
Impeach that.
Stop.
Hold on. Hold up.
He saw the investigation.
Impeach that freak. What a name you have there. Impeach that freak. This has stunned me like yesterday when his lawyer kept tapping his head when he took a drink of water. I'm flabbergasted.
Tried to drive a bus off the highway in the middle of the day to intimidate his opponent's campaign workers. And his response was to tweet the video of the incident that had fight.
We got our eye on you, impeach that
call
freak.
Those individuals in that incident patriots. And once again, Donald Trump's praise worked to incite them further. Emboldened by that praise, they remained ready to fight, ready to
No,
stand
weren't you with us? Didn't
and
you
stand
see
by.
it?
This link is not hypothetical. Just like we saw with the Proud Boys showing up.
Were you not with us when I was cracking up over him fucking
Donald
touching his
Trump's
head?
encouragement of this attack made sure his supporters were ready for the next one. The caravan bus attack had been organized by a Trump supporter named Keith Lee. Leading up to the attack on our Capitol of January 6th, Mr. Lee teamed up with other supporters.
I don't know what it is, and like if he's got Tourette's or something, like I feel sorry
for that day.
making fun of
The
him.
morning of the attack, he filmed footage of the Capitol. Pointed
Yeah,
out
he started like shaking back and forth towards the end.
supporters before the attack, saying, quote, "As soon as you all get done hearing the president, y'all get
that tickled my taint right there.
During the attack, he used a bullhorn.
Oh shit!
Call out for the mob to
I didn't mean to do that, but right wingers are indeed morons.
Rotunda himself, and then back outside to urge the crowd to come inside. These are the people
My apologies.
President Trump cultivated, who were
Delegate
standing
Plaska.
by. I'd like to look at another example. After the election on December 12th, Trump supporters gathered en masse to protest the stolen election in D.C.
See, Democrats drink water like they're human. Republicans don't.
The rally was organized.
I rest my case, Judge.
The same group that you'll see later secured the permit for the January 6th rally. And who else was there? The Proud Boys.
Republicans are lizard people. Call up David Icke. I believe in it. It's the Republicans.
That rally. But he made sure to make clear his support
Jinx, Scrappy.
how he felt about the event. At 8:47 a.m., he sent out a tweet.
I was really big on 2016,
just
like
begun
making jokes about Hillary
to
being a lizard person.
And then the rally began. And Donald Trump's allies, who spoke at the rally, carried on his message of the stolen election and the importance of fighting to stop the steal. Here's Nicholas Fuentes, a commentator who had organized a Stop the Steal rally in Michigan.
I didn't mute you.
And the first Million MAGA March, we promised that if the Democrats did everything in their power to keep Trump in office.
She may be. She may be.
And as we gather here in Washington.
I didn't do it. I have mods. You did something that violated the rules.
Now we are going to destroy the GOP.
Nazi Nick. Who's Nazi Nick? Oh, Nick Fuentes? I'm not exactly familiar with him. Destroy the GOP. I'm with them. I agree with that message.
Destroy anyone who won't listen, who won't help them take the election for Trump. And as you will see, this was just the preview for Fuentes, who, like the Proud Boys and the Trump caravan organizers, would later heed the president's call and come to Washington and be there on January 6th. Later in the rally, a former Trump campaign spokeswoman, Katrina Pearson, also spoke. During her speech, she stated, quote,
See, I'm not exactly familiar with him.
Over. This is just beginning, referring to the fight to stop the steal. And then she added, we knew both Republican and Democrats were against we people, we the people. We are the cavalry. No one's coming for us. It's clear that Trump and some of his supporters.
Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't say we people.
A fight
I'm amazed it was
against anyone
grammatically
who was
correct.
unwilling to do whatever it took to keep Donald Trump in power. We are the cavalry. And President Trump continued to reinforce his support of these messages throughout the day. At 1:48 p.m., after both speeches, he retweeted his Chief of Staff's tweet, showing.
I mean, I'm sure I could find his shit if I wanted to. I was just letting you know I wasn't familiar with him.
Thank you, patriots.
You're telling me to do my own research. Ooh, getting sassy with me,
Being
wench.
told by the president's allies that their election had been stolen. And they were told they were the cavalry. No one else could do it. And after hearing these speeches and seeing the president's support, this is what Donald Trump's cavalry was capable of.
Oh. Oh, I must have missed something then. I don't even remember this one. Is this the one where we watched the, was it like a girl come up behind the dude and knocked him the fuck out?
After that rally, engaged in serious acts of violence in downtown D.C. Some Trump supporters and self-identified Proud Boys vandalized churches after that rally. If we look at these events, it's clear how we got here. Because
what's his claim to fame? If you like, you know,
turned right around.
Like Brandon Straka is the walk away guy.
Coordinating the January 6th Save America rally with the same people who had planned the 2nd Million MAGA March.
I'm not placing what Fuentes
is.
Isn't he involved with one of those like campus organizations?
They had originally planned rallies
that might be
for
like
January
just a Nazi in a suit.
And January 23rd, after the inauguration. But Donald Trump...
Yeah, I had somebody ask me, like, why I don't use a green screen. I'm like, fucking, like...
Trump tweeted his
green screen looks stupid. I'm going to have the fucking... I bought a flag.
To come to D.C. for a big protest, the day billing it as wild. Just days later, Women for America First amended their permit to hold their rally on January 6th, pursuant to the president's save the date, instead of after the inauguration. This was deliberate. Reports confirm that the president himself, President Trump, became directly involved with the planning of the event, including the speaking lineup, even the music to be played, just as he chose the music for his retweet of the caravan driving the Biden-Harris bus off the road with that fight song.
So he's on
And
Rumble or
same
BitChute
people who
or some
spoke
shit like
at the
that.
2nd Million MAGA rally to help as well. Trump's campaign advisor, Katrina Pearson, who you recall said on December 12th that this is the only
Can't do links.
We are the cavalry.
Get like bots with porn links
also
and shit.
became directly involved in planning the event. They even sent out invitations together. This is Amy Kremer, one of the founders of Women for America First, tweeting the invitation, tagging Donald Trump and other organizers, inviting the same supporters who had just engaged in serious violence at the 2nd Million MAGA rally to show up to the largest rally to stop the steal. And President Trump seemed to have other plans for what was going to happen at that rally.
That violates Twitch's
Women for
terms of
America
service.
First had initially planned for the rally goers
So it's
to
a white
remain
supremacist
at
group.
the ellipse until the counting of the state electoral slates was completed, just like they had remained at Freedom Plaza.
I've heard that the Nazis are bad about like coming in and spamming
in
links
no
and shit.
uncertain terms that the march from the ellipse was
Yeah, people's kids are in here.
It was not until after President Trump and his team became involved in the planning that the march from
I
the
never had any Nazis come in, but I had
came about
like porn spam
in
links.
direct contravention of the original permit. This was not a coincidence. None of this was. Donald Trump, over many months,
Oh, they believe in like the white genocide shit.
praised it. And then when he saw the
Fuck those
violence
motherfuckers.
supporters were capable of, he channeled it to his big, wild, historic event. He organized January 6th with with the same people that had just organized a rally resulting in substantial violence and made absolutely sure.
So I totally don't feel bad of calling it a neo-Nazi rally, as I have multiple
just
times.
Remain in place. He made sure that those violent people would literally march right here to our steps, from the ellipse to the Capitol, to stop the steal. His cavalry. This was deliberate. And because the President of the United States incited this, because he was orchestrating this, because he was inviting them, the insurgents were not shy about their planning. They believed they were following the orders of the commander-in-chief. They were, as the tweet we just saw, quite literally his cavalry. So they posted exact blueprints.
That poor frog and whoever like the dude is that came up with that frog.
Proudly.
I feel so sorry for him.
Over public
or her, whoever it is.
These were not just hidden posts,
them.
Dark websites that Trump would not have seen. Quite the opposite.
He is absolutely a beautiful frog, and I feel really bad about the fact that it got co-opted.
Advisors confirm it. An ex-White House and campaign insider, as you'll read, who has known both Scavino and the president for years, said there was no way that Scavino and the Trump social media operation would not have been aware of the plan circulating online to storm the Capitol. Because, and I quote, the Trump operation closely monitored the web's darkest corners, ranging from
I think I actually have Pepe emotes, and I can't remember whose channel I got them from.
Fringe message boards like 4chan and XChan, now called XCun, to the Donald.win, an offshoot of a banned Reddit community dedicated to rabidly supporting all things.
Ah, yeah, Jack.
They actively monitored the exact sites, like the Donald.win, on which these insurrectionists wrote their posts. And so what would Trump and his team have seen when they were monitoring these white sites? What would his supporters have said? They would have seen a clear roadmap of exactly what happened.
Hell yeah, Pepe emotes.
This is an example of a post that was captured from one of the sites dedicated to Donald Trump.
There's a Pepe documentary? Hell yeah.
Shortly before the site was taken down. And the meme reads, quote,
even if I did get the BT TV, like it wouldn't show up on the screen.
Everything else is a distraction. Every corrupt member of Congress locked in one room and surrounded by real Americans is an opportunity
that will
never present itself again. Let that sink in. Think about that. The exact thing that happened on January 6th, that was their goal. And they said it out loud.
Oh, the panda is cute.
Administration was actively monitoring.
Oh, that's cool.
Site captured a post on the Donald.
Also, I promise I'll make some emotes for my channel.
Posted, quote, this cannot simply be a protest.
Because like different channels have like some really feminist critique has like the commie emotes. I like those.
Set up, with all further militia tactical missions spreading from there.
I got some cat emotes from feminist critique. Oh, I like that panda.
Achieve an actual tactical victory, like storming and occupying the Capitol, to have the intended effect. That's what they understood Donald Trump to want. There it is in black and white. And they explained,
yes, I need the right-winger stake.
Another poster
you are
on
correct.
The forum, the Donald.win wrote on January 4th, quote, if Congress illegally certifies...
I will work on that. I will have emotes next week.
Absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm Congress and kill /
Oh, I love the sloth emote.
Donald Trump will have no choice. That was what he made them believe, to the point his supporters felt just.
They're so cute. I want to pet a sloth.
Weapons and storming our Capitol. This was in post after post. Here's another.
We played a video on the stream one time of this sloth Like, they played it in super fast. Like, I don't know how many times they 3 or 4 times they sped it up, probably.
And we are clearly in a post-legal
maybe even
phase
more.
of our
But like,
society.
it's like a dude gardening, and there's a sloth in a tree,
treated it
and it
as
keeps
a
getting
war.
down, like wants to hug
And
his
they
leg, and he keeps
The more
putting
we
it up in the tree,
under the thread,
and he keeps getting back
"Today
down
I
and
told
hugging
my
his
kids
leg.
Goodbye. One poster wrote, "Today I had the
Yes, I need a troll head and the snake.
that Daddy might not come home from D.C.
I'll give you some.
In a matter of hours,
I'll give you a smoky emote,
amassed
so you got some
4,000
cats.
likes. President Trump had truly made them believe that their election had been stolen, and that it was their
No, I've never heard a baby sloth
fight
squeak.
to
Oh
steal
my
it back.
God.
patriotic, a term he gave those who used violence for him, and they were willing to say
Oh, that's cute. That looks like my
for
socks.
this fight. And their supporters didn't just rely on entering the Capitol with guns.
We're way off topic. We got all on
maps
emotes.
of this building.
But I guess I should do the emotes, because then it's like even more incentive
how to
to
get to the
subscribe to my
Senate
channel
chamber.
and get cool emotes.
Some posted specific floor plans, layouts of the Capitol, alongside hopes of overwhelming law enforcement to, quote, find the tunnels, arrest the worst traitors. Posters also fixated on what they saw as their ability.
Yeah, that's a reference to them wanting to lock them in tunnels and
There
gas
are only around
representatives.
2,000 of them. And again, they urge, quote, the Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction. There were hundreds of these posts.
Right wingers are indeed morons.
Monitored by
Absolute
the
stupid
Trump
motherfuckers.
And these
Dumbest
posts,
fucks walking the planet.
they were chillingly accurate. Right down to communication devices. A new affidavit filed by the FBI described preparations by the right-wing group, the Proud Boys, to storm the Capitol, including using earpieces and walkie-talkies to direct movements throughout the building. This happened. That's the
They're doing a great job of presenting their case.
They had
And each one of them is taking a
On the
different
slide, you'll see Proud Boy
part of it and
member
breaking it
Dominic
down.
Pizzola has an earpiece in his right ear, consistent with the affidavit. And in addition to these detailed posts, they made clear why they thought they should do this, why they thought they could do this. It wasn't just that they were doing it following the president's orders. They thought he would help them. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win again, the site monitored by Trump's team, and he wrote, quote,
I don't know how it's a waste of time.
instance, can order the Nat Guard.
I don't want him to. I don't want to set the precedent that a president can get away with this. I don't want him to have his pension.
2,000 of them.
If he's such a rich motherfucker, why does he need his pension? Why does he need to get paid on my tax dollar? No fucking traitor should get paid for the rest of their life on my tax dollar. He shouldn't get his fucking security detail. Let him buy his own security. Don't let him keep running the scam where he's letting Secret Service stay in his hotels and charging the federal government for it.
So all they have
Don't let him keep up his fucking extortion act. Fuck Trump.
This was reported in the NBC News and the Washington Post with headlines.
And it is a discussion that needs to be had.
And
The Democrats are going to tie the Republicans to the behavior of Trump, the Republican Party, and show how bereft of morals and ethics they are.
Fox News also reported that the Proud Boys would come to the January 6th rally prepared for violent action, even quoting a Proud Boy member.
I'm not sure how it's butthurt.
Quote, incognito, and spread across downtown D.C. in smaller numbers. City officials, seeing these same warnings, also publicly
If the IRS acts on that, I would hope they do.
unlawful weapons at the event. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser cautioned residents of the District of Columbia to
That would seem like another thing that the Biden administration would have to act on, which they did yank his presidential daily briefings.
enforcement warned of these threats also.
So perhaps they would.
On January 3rd, a Capitol Police intelligence report warned of a violent scenario in which Congress itself could be the target of the angry supporters of President Trump on January 6th. According to that report, obtained by the Washington Post, supporters of the current president see.
And that's another thing, what the Republican Party had become. I've been preaching it for 15,
opportunity
20 years now. I don't know, 20 years I was in high school and I was still a Republican.
This sense of desperation
15 years ago for sure.
lead to more.
A lot of them did know. A lot of them were absolutely aware of what was going on. And they thought that they could just harness Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is not a dumb man. Mitch McConnell knew exactly what he was doing.
Itself is the target for January 6th. The day before the riot storm,
Rand Paul is not a dumb man. Ted Cruz is not as much as I want to deny him this, he's actually a highly educated man.
According to internal reports.
So did all of his neck.
The FBI report cited to an online post where the user declared that Trump supporters should go to Washington and get violent. The supporter said, quote, "Stop calling this a march or a rally or a protest. Go there ready for war. We get our president or we die." These threat warnings were not just hypothetical. Actual arrests occurred in the days leading to the attack. On January 4th, 2 days before the rally, one extremely well-publicized arrest was of a Proud Boy leader who destroyed a church's Black Lives Matter banner a month earlier.
Enrique!
December 12th, 2nd Million MAGA March. Report emphasized that when he was arrested, he was carrying high-capacity firearm magazines, which he claimed were meant to be supplied to
I hate Biggles.
rally attendee for January 6th.
If anybody posts a pickle on Facebook, I report them.
Police had already made
If I see, like, you show your food and it's got a pickle on it, I report it.
Charges of carrying weapons.
Ask anybody that loves pickles.
Assaulting police. This is all.
I find that content offensive, so I report it to Facebook.
All of it. The truth is usually seen and rarely.
I don't like pickled anything, like sauerkraut.
And the truth is, President Trump had spent
That stuff in the Korean barbecue. I walked in a Korean barbecue place and went,
specific day, at a specific
couldn't
time,
do it.
in specific
Everybody
places
swears it's good.
to stop the certification. And leading up
I
to the
swallowed
event,
some of my hair.
there were hundreds of posts online showing that his supporters took this as a call to arms to attack the Capitol. There were detailed posts of plans to attack online. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests days leading up to the attack. And yet, in the face of all this, these credible
I thought a
warnings
Maynard
of
was going to come over here. I was going to show
dangerous
him
threats to
off.
our Capitol, when those thousands of people were standing in front of President Trump, ready to take orders and attack, this is what he said. We're going
6 Republicans voted with the Democrats yesterday. Is that 98%? I don't think it is.
fight like hell.
Sir, you can't
Don't fight like
math.
hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
But hey, what have I said? Right-wingers are fucking morons.
And that's why he must be convicted and disqualified.
The constitutionality.
Representative Dean will now return to the events of January 6th itself. She will demonstrate President Trump's repeated incitement of the crowd that morning as he directed them to the Capitol in his last-ditch effort to retain his hold on power.
Rand Paul's motion was last week, and 5 Republicans voted with the Democrats. Yesterday was a separate motion. And 6 Republicans voted with the Democrats. It was the same kind of motion. But one was before the proceedings, like Rand Paul was trying to kill it before it even started. And this was another one, like after it started, they had to entertain the motion.
For me and for many Americans, January 6th is forever etched in our memories. I went to work with a sense of excitement, The start of my second term,
I certainly will never forget it.
I would participate in the certification of a presidential election.
I told everybody it was going to be a boring day when we started the stream.
I know many of us have similar experiences.
It was not
from that
boring.
day, but I'll briefly share mine. I stood with colleagues in the gallery above the House floor to observe the Arizona challenge. Moments later, police radios reported a breach of the Capitol grounds. Someone shouted up to us, "Duck, then lie down, then ready your gas masks." Shortly after, there was a terrifying banging on the chamber door.
I don't know what you mean by exaggerated, because they showed a video that showed exactly what happened.
Shouts.
I don't think the 5 people that died, I don't think their families would say that it's exaggerated.
Instructions to flee, and then the constant worry.
Right-wingers would really want to downplay their treason, though, wouldn't they?
The chamber of the United States House of Representatives turned to chaos. For Donald Trump, it was a very different day.
And it's just amazing, the faux outrage that Republicans throw up over absolutely nothing when there's a Democratic administration in office.
Pressuring his
And then the
Justice
shit that they get,
even attacking
let
his
their
own vice
presidents get away with, is just
I saw a
absolutely
man who refused to
astounding.
lose, who was desperate to retain power by any means necessary. You saw a man willing to attack any.
Well, I mean, Trump's incompetence on COVID was far worse than
a
9/11.
man who thought he could play
Like,
by
we're having a 9/11 of people die every fucking day. That's a 9/11, sir.
exactly what he thought those different rules were.
But right-wingers don't give a shit about anything. The only time the deaths of Americans
This was
faze them is when they can use it as a political tool to attack Democrats.
Overturn the election results so that he didn't have to give up the presidency.
Every day is 9/11 day.
On January 6th builds on, refers to, and amplifies that same pattern. The pattern Trump had used and
We came close to having 2 9/11s a day there for a little while.
his
Like
attacks
a 9/11
on
and a half.
and his different rules. The only thing different about his speech on January 6th from all these other times.
The pipe bombs, their plan to lock people in tunnels and gas them. One person was quoted as saying they came to shoot Nancy Pelosi in the friggin' brains.
And here's how. For weeks, he urged his supporters to show up at a specific time and place, and when they got there, he told them exactly.
That's why I keep saying right-wingers are the dumbest fucks walking the planet. Just because they were the ones that attempted to putsch doesn't make it any less of a
When the day
putsch.
arrived, Donald Trump's desperation was in full force. Between the time he woke up
But right-wingers are fucking shameless.
and the start of the Save America march, that next day, he had tweeted 34 times. When Donald Trump wants to get his message across, he is not shy, as you all know. These tweets were relentless. And these tweets all centered on his singular focus, his drumbeat to motivate, anger, and incite his supporters. His big lie. The presidential election had been rigged.
You can't charge me with attempted murder.
Had to fight to stop it.
I'm stupid.
And the timing was no coincidence. He sent 34 tweets because this was his last chance to rile up his supporters before the big, historic, wild event he had planned. Now, I won't go through all of these.
I hope you enjoy your false equivalencies.
At 1 in the morning, he tweeted, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Mike can send it back." This will look familiar to you because Mr. Liu just showed you how Trump had privately
Up-playing.
pressuring and publicly attacking
Right-wingers
his
would
vice
just
president
make up
to
shit.
Stop the certification.
Absolute
When
fucking
Vice
morons.
President Pence refused, when he explained that the Constitution simply does not allow him to stop certification, Donald Trump provoked his base to attack him. The late in the evening tweet was no different. It just got more forceful. Let's be clear. What Donald Trump was saying, that Vice President Pence could send back the certification, was not true. For one thing, all 50 states had ratified this election. And for another, Vice President Pence explained to him that he does not have the power to unilaterally overturn states' votes and just send the certification back.
That is correct.
And Donald
Politicians
Trump
always
knew this,
condemn violence.
but this was his last chance.
There's no Democrat that's endorsed
Get
any
his
sort of
vice
violence.
president to stop the certification.
But like,
So he was willing to say or do just about anything.
most of the violence in the BLM protests was
vice
coming from right wingers.
urging
So
his supporters to fight
I'm sorry.
throughout the morning. Here's another example. At 8:17 a.m., he tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send it back to them and back to the states, and we win." And we win. That's what he said.
What city did BLM burn down?
As Trump continued
You enjoy
tweeting,
myself.
the
What
Save
city
America
did they
March
burn
at the
down?
White House was now in full swing. The speakers who warmed up the crowd for Trump were members of his inner circle, family members, his personal attorney, people President Trump had deputized to speak on his behalf. Some of the speakers also spoke at the second Million MAGA March, which resulted in serious violence. The warm-up acts on January 6th focused on promoting Donald Trump's big lie. They stoked the same fears: a stolen election, of fraud, of ripping victory away from them. And the speakers told them what to do about it. As the crowd erupted in "Fight for Trump,"
Right wingers will be like, "Oh, the left is up playing it, blah 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 blah," and then be like, "Oh, BLM was so violent, they burnt down whole cities." Like the fucking stupid assholes they are.
speakers lasted 3 hours, repeating President Trump's message, and finally, at about noon,
They don't realize how
Donald Trump took the
hypocritical
stage
they are.
with the seal of the presidency on his podium and the White House as his backdrop. President
It
Trump
was
spoke for
mostly
more than
Trump
7
supporters that
minutes.
were murdered by
His
Trump
narrative was
supporters.
familiar. It was the same message he had spent months spreading to his supporters. The big lie.
Apparently, the cop that died was a Trump supporter.
That they should never concede, and that his supporters should be patriots and fight much harder to stop the steal, to take back our country. The same phrases he'd spread for weeks, but now the message was immediate.
I second media
Now it was
winch.
just no longer just fight, it was fight right now.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about.
We're not gonna take it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Favorite term that all of you people really came up with. We will stop the steal.
That set the tone. Our country.
It is the condemnation of BLM's radical elements. What city did they burn down?
Right at the beginning, that the only way to take
You
back.
never did answer my question. What city did they burn down?
Let's look at what he said next.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts. Unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party, he's got guts. He fights.
Ms. Plaskett showed you.
Oh, is that true, sir?
Donald Trump, when confronted with violence, praising it. We saw him instruct the Proud Boys, a violent extremist group, to stand back and stand.
No, not among others. I asked people to use their strongest argument. You're telling me that BLM burnt down Minneapolis, and that's your strongest argument, because that's the first one you named. We're going to deal with that specifically, okay? Let's talk about Minneapolis being burnt down.
And we saw him team up with the organizers of the violent second MAGA Million March to plan his rally on January the 6th. And what does he do at that rally? He tells Giuliani.
Feds say far-right group coordinated attack on Minneapolis police precinct during protest.
To call for fighting. And to be clear, this is what he was praising.
This was October 23rd, 20. Feds say far-right group. Far-right group. Far-right group coordinated attack on the Minneapolis police precinct. That's what burnt down in Minneapolis that you're talking about. So it was a far-right group. Right-wingers are fucking morons.
Next, more attacks.
All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify.
It wasn't BLM. It was your people.
And you are the happiest people.
This attack, like the tweets he sent that morning, had a purpose.
The FBI brought charges against members of the far-right Boogaloo Boys group for organizing and participating in an effort to incite a riot outside a Minneapolis police precinct in May amid protests against the police killing of George Floyd. It was not BLM. Right-wingers are fucking morons, and they willfully lie. And I'm tired of their bullshit.
And Mike Pence is going to have to come through.
They are absolutely right-wing, you stupid motherfucker.
A sad day for our country.
I'm sorry facts hurt your feelings, snowflake. Now stop lying.
Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault.
And you're a traitor to this fucking country if you endorse this shit.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down.
This is why I just break down and call right-wingers morons.
To the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave.
I can show you that video as well. That motherfucker was a right-winger.
We're not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country.
It's not all boogers.
Show strength, and you have to be strong.
It's also like it's not as violent.
We're going to have to fight much harder, and Mike Pence will have to come through for us. That's what he said. And he told the crowd what he meant.
They'll tell you that the left is upplaying shit, whatever that fucking means.
Us at the Capitol. He even told them he'd...
Right-wingers are absolute morons that shouldn't be taken seriously by anybody.
And then he told them exactly what to do when they got to the Capitol. You'll never take your country back with weakness. You have to show strength. And don't forget who is standing there. The same people Ms. Plaskett described to you. Many people violent.
Videos don't lie. I just showed you what the feds fucking said.
Targeting us. One of President Trump's key defenses.
But right-wingers have got this cognitive dissonance, and they can't accept being wrong.
Into the speech.
So they'll just move the goalposts. They'll go to something else they think they can win on. It's infuriating. That's why I just break down and call them fucking morons.
In a speech spanning almost 11,000 words, yes, we did check, that was the one time, the only time President Trump used the word peaceful or any suggestion of nonviolence.
He is the dumbest fuck on
the
Twitch.
implication of the president's tweets, the rally, and the speeches were.
And he just comes in. He comes in here and keeps getting owned. And I'm stoned as fuck. How many bongs have I smoked this morning?
To save our
this
democracy.
afternoon. I even called it morning. That's how long I slept.
Donald Trump's words, and he knew how they responded to his speech. Here is the
And
evidence.
you come in here and you get fucking owned by a guy that's just completely out of his fucking mind. My mom's basement. This morning I made a post about like the 3 fucking stock insults right-wingers have. Mom's basement is another one of them. For the millionth time, I'm in my apartment. It's my patio, my couch, my flag. Literally a living room window behind me. That's my patio door. It's clearly not a basement.
Yeah.
Above ground basement. Oh, and he comes in here and gets made fun of.
The Capitol.
And like, if this was my mom's place, she'd never let me have a couch like that. Ever. That couch is ugly as fuck.
These were the words of the crowd. Trump was telling them to fight, and he would keep telling them to fight throughout the rest of his speech. These are not only words of aggression, they are
If
words.
the government give me my $2,000, I'm going to buy a new couch.
Listen to what he says next.
Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there,
You wouldn't if you sat on it.
going to take place.
Okay, if you sat on it, it wouldn't be that bad, but if you fell asleep on it, you'd be like, ho, my back hurts.
We have great and courageous leaders, or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves throughout history, throughout eternity. They'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget.
He does that shit. Gets wild over there on that chair.
The commander-in-chief points to Congress and tells those assembled.
Oh, honey, you can sleep on my couch anytime. You want to make a trip to Alabama? You are welcome.
This was clearly not just some rally or march.
You can also sleep in the bed if you want.
This was
Like,
about Donald Trump trying
I don't
to
care.
steal
You can
the
sleep out on the patio too. I got a couch out there and
claiming
it's a
that the
fold
election
out.
was fraudulent, illegitimate.
I sleep out there sometimes during the spring when it's nice.
In fact, after
In the
stoking
fall.
the crowd's anger,
But last time I did, there was like a light or something that was making like a zzz, and I couldn't do it, and I had to come back
false
in.
election conspiracy, he said this in no uncertain terms.
You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have.
We did indeed have an illegitimate
Keeping
president.
the presidency would be illegitimate. This was building on the big lie of a rigged and stolen election. And here's what he said a little later in the speech.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. We told you that context matters. Here's the context. This was not just one reference or a
Well, if you ever do, you're welcome.
politician.
Sleep on this shitty ass couch too, Mergen.
He'd assembled thousands
Or
of
in the bed, like I'm pretty open.
people he knew were capable of violence. People he had.
I just invite anybody into bed with me.
They were standing now in front of him. And then he pointed to us, lit the fuse, and sent an angry mob to fight the perceived enemy, his own vice president and the members of Congress. As
The
we
more the
certified
merrier,
an
too.
election.
But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really.
That's what they all say.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
It should.
So we're going to,
Just for the record, where I live, super fucking nice. Super fucking bougie. I feel safe. I like my little area. But you go out into the county, I saw an honest to God Nazi last time I did. And I won't do it anymore. We went out to, because like the really good Mexican restaurant isn't in the city. It's way out in the county. Oh my God, I saw a Nazi there and I didn't like it. We're walking in, I'm looking at Sparkles, I'm like, that dude's a Nazi, isn't he? Because he had like the fucking Aryan eagle on the back of his neck. He had like the Iron Cross on the back of his arm. I'm like, holy shit, I saw one in the wild. That's insane. The one time I go out of the city. Anyway. So I just stick to the cities and the interstates. Yes. And like I wasn't even that far outside of the city, man.
If you don't fight like
20,
hell,
30
you're not going
minutes,
to have
maybe.
a country anymore. And there was only one fight left. And it was a mile
Like
up
20
the road.
30 minutes from my house.
President of the United States ordered the crowd to march.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Oregon was founded as a white supremacist
This
state.
is incredible, you heard him say. That's how President Trump ended his speech. I'd like to close with a very brief timeline of what was happening.
So, like, everybody talks about, like, Portland, how progressive it is, and that's one of the reasons why it's a blue state, because the city's so big.
Trump began his speech with a fiery refusal to concede.
But, like, I have a friend.
Pennsylvania Avenue. And
exactly.
Some rally-goers,
I have a friend that lives out there in the
by 12:30, as
like the western part of the state,
to incite his supporters, large
eastern part of Oregon. My bad. I get fucked up on
as the president's speech was playing on cell phone broadcasts, the outermost barricade of the northwest side of the Capitol was breached.
That's cool, but also, you know,
Capitol Police
just because they're black doesn't mean they're good as well.
At 1:10, the president ended his speech with a final call to fight.
But that's awesome, like, because of Oregon's history.
At 1:45, the president's followers surged past Capitol Police,
It's very cool to
shouting,
see.
"This is a revolution." Just after 2:10, an hour after President Trump ended his speech,
I shall return in 1 second. I must refill the bong
Capitol
and
security
my drink.
and made it inside the
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad he's cool.
Because the truth is, this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. And so they came, draped in Trump's flag, and used our flag, the American flag, to batter and to bludgeon. And at 2:30, I heard that terrifying banging on House chamber doors. For the first time in more than 200 years, the seat of our government was ransacked on our watch.
In the Navy.
Mr. President, I think this would be a good time for a break, if that's okay.
Well, let's see how long they're going to take a break. We've not been back that long.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
So it's only 15 minutes. Doesn't pay the mayor. That's crazy. Usually they pay him like a fucking... It's not a lot, because I did news for a little while. Like, it was like 11,000, 12,000. Like, it wasn't a lot, but at least they paid their mayor. It was like a part-time job for
Trump's 8 hours today.
Usually somebody's a business owner in the community.
Tomorrow, and the president's attorneys, the former president's attorneys, get their turn beginning on Friday. So then a break here up till 4 o'clock Eastern or so. Here's what the schedule looks like for the rest of the week. As we mentioned, House managers today and tomorrow. The president's defense team Friday and Saturday, a total of 16 hours for both sides. On Sunday at 2 p.m., the Senate will return. They will take a...
Oh, I did not know that we were going on Saturday, because I thought one of the attorneys was
and they may
Orthodox Jewish, and they had requested that they be out of there by sundown. I had read that they had to be out of there by sundown, and they were going to resume on Sunday.
Set to happen early next week. We don't have a specific day quite yet. Keep in mind, as they are in a break now, if you've missed any of the earlier activities, the presentation by House managers, you can find that on our website at cspan.org/impeachment. We are streaming this live, obviously live here on C-SPAN 2, and as you go out and on your way, you can also bring it along on the C-SPAN radio app. Keeping an eye on things on...
that was an improvement? Like, that was the low bar of an improvement? Holy shit.
As the trial is underway, he tweets this: senators were still attentive to the trial manager's presentation.
I'm so sorry.
In the afternoon, many of them taking notes and listening intently, especially when videos were played and tweets were displayed. Daniel Flatley says Senator Mike Lee had some books stacked on his desk, including the federal impeachment process and the contested removal power 1789 to 2010. Our own Craig Kaplan is keeping an eye on things on Capitol
Which is
Hill.
fine and dandy until the other side's
Senator Hawley,
Nazis.
who's been reported to be watching, actually, from the visitors gallery, saying this. Senator Hawley said this to NBC. The gallery is, I feel, I had a.
If you're a public servant, you need to stay off of Facebook. You need to have somebody actually handle that for you.
And also space out a little bit more, and it's not quite.
Especially if you're a boomer. Especially if you're a boomer.
Seated in the chamber itself, so he's gone up to the gallery.
You need to hand that shit off. Your Facebook, your Twitter should only be used to give statements from the office that's approved with your communications team.
The House managers were handling the case. So
it is too much of a field of landmines. What's the expression I want?
This evidence is so powerful, brick by brick.
Whatever the fuck, don't do it.
Built that mob in a very premeditated and deliberate way.
Professional communications advice from me, Justin FREAKIN.
And stop the steal, but to come to Washington and do it violently.
It's a minefield. There we go.
Deliberately.
Love is a battlefield.
And then fueling their anger and rage, inviting them to come to Washington, and then to storm the Capitol was, in fact, this violent injury and death that resulted on January 6th.
You could do it federally, and then like each municipality would have to have their own law on it.
Warning the only way they would lose is if it were rigged, and then afterwards.
But just as any, if somebody's coming to me for PR or communications advice, that's my advice. Do not run your own Facebook. Definitely don't get in the comments and pick fights.
Inflaming the rage.
I like it.
Followers who believe the big lie.
Where do you think Trump was going with it? That's what I find the hardest thing. He knew he had lost the election. He was aware of that. He knew
But then again, it's also one of those things like, do we want to let dumb fucks have the rope to hang themselves with?
He knew he had lost, and the only way he could retain power.
I mean, if we didn't have Marjorie Taylor Greene's
stopping the count
posts, we wouldn't really have all that ammo to use against her.
Some of the people involved.
But then again, you make an excellent point. Like, it's not in the best interest of us as a country
To overthrow the government and stop democracy.
to have like a national dialogue that's centered around stupid conspiracies.
That any public official could commit. What we will see is that Donald Trump not only incited,
But it's kind of cool that they out themselves.
but also then as commander-in-chief did nothing to save our democracy. In fact,
Do not hurt your pretty face, Media Wench. Please be careful.
the long-run lesson here is not only about January 6th or about Donald Trump. It is about domestic violence.
That's exactly right, but also on the flip side, like, it can be a tremendous communications tool for both the office and the government. That's why it should go through your communications people and should only be used for press releases. Mundane shit.
Thank you so much.
But in all honesty, you know, as somebody who did news, that mundane shit, when taken as a whole to the general public, it's a wide body of knowledge.
And CNN tweets this about the former president's reaction.
Boring ass official duties. God, we need to inject that into the world of politics. I want to see more boring ass official duties.
I reinforced to the president, the case is over. It's just a matter of getting the final verdict now. Asked if he sensed frustration from Trump about his attorney's performance. Quote, no, not particularly. We mostly talked about the vote. Senator Paul, tweeting this afternoon about one of the managers who spoke. This afternoon, we've been lectured by Eric.
See, once again, I brought that up. Consorting with a Chinese spy. He's using the word consorting. He's smart. He's smart. He wants to imply that he slept with her.
Saying, first really new fact I've heard.
Without coming right out and saying it. So consorting.
For the protest was January 22 or 23, but that changed to January 6th. The date of certification was made by or behest of Trump. Would like more details. True, but if true, a key point. Delegate Plaskett, as was pointed out by Jamie Raskin, the first ever delegate to present an impeachment case. She, among the four managers who spoke at that last session, we heard twice from Madeleine Dean. We also heard from Ted Lieu, and we expect to hear from Diana Daggett. She's the only one so far who has not spoken in the Senate. Here on C-SPAN 2, waiting for the Senate to return to resume the court of impeachment against former President Donald Trump, set to be back in the
So I guess they're going to do a 15-minute break.
4 o'clock Eastern. We'll show you some
every
of the
2 hours or
arguments made
something
in this last session by House managers.
Donald Trump told his supporters they are stealing the election. They took away your vote. It's rigged. That was not true. According to judge after judge,
The old Gingrich.
the opposite. Trump was not suing to ensure election integrity. He was pursuing lawsuits that would, in effect, strip away American votes.
I'm actually amazed at the job Democrats have done.
Asking the judiciary to take away.
Ah, you motherfuckers, I missed a PS5 restock. It might have been for the UK.
Then, after losing in all the courts,
That's what I saw when I checked earlier today, that the UK was probably going to get a restock.
you saw what happened in Michigan after Trump attacked the state and its election officials.
No, it was PS Direct.
Secretary of State's home, as you saw in the earlier slide, chanting, calling her a felon. On November 17th, the Board of Canvassers for Wayne County, Michigan, home to Detroit, unanimously certified the election results for Biden. That same night, after their vote to certify the results, Trump called the two
I waited until after the new year to try to get a PS5 because I figured it would be a lot easier. It has not been a lot easier.
Republican board members attempted to rescind their vote to certify Michigan's election results, but they simply couldn't.
President Trump's actions, time and time again, made clear that he would do anything and pressure anyone if it meant overturning the election results. We watched President Trump use any means necessary to pursue this aim, feverishly grasping for straws at retaining his hold on the presidency. But all his efforts prior to January 6th kept failing. And finally, in his desperation...
Actually, the drop may be getting ready to happen.
He pressured...
And I can't get into the Sony website.
...and to refuse to certify the oath. President Trump had decided that Vice President Pence, who presided over the certification, could somehow stop it. As Pence will later confirm, the Vice President does not have that power in the Constitution. And President Trump never tried to explain why he thought the Vice President could block the certification of the election results. He just began relentlessly attacking the Vice President. Publicly, President Trump attacked Pence on social media and at rallies, getting his supporters to believe that Mike Pence could stop this certification on January 6th. Here's what President Trump said in Georgia on January 4th.
And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy.
Yeah, supposedly there's a chip that there's a shortage of.
Behind closed doors, President Trump applied significant pressure to his second in command.
But I'm going to start streaming my games. I'd like to go ahead and start with a PS5.
Trump reportedly told almost anyone who called him to also call the vice president. According to reports, when Mike Pence was in the Oval Office,
I almost bought a Switch the other day.
them to convince the vice president to help him. And President Trump kept
I had it in the cart, but I'm like, if I'm gonna get a PS5,
to anger them.
then again, with the PS5, it's not that there's any new game that I really want to play. Oh, if you've never heard me tell this story, I have an amazing PC, and people PC gamers come in and see my setup, and they're like, "Oh my God, you don't game on that?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I'm a console gamer. I like story-driven action RPGs, and that's Sony's specialty."
In person before Pence headed to oversee the joint session on January 6th, President Trump again
I've already been playing Immortals Phoenix Rising, and that would have been like the the newer game that I would play on a PS5.
on the conversation, or you can go down in history.
I mainly just want a PS5 because, like, do the math on how much time it's going to save me load times. How much time of my life I'm going to get just because there's no load times on it.
With violating the Constitution.
I'm excited for that. And also, like, I don't have a PS4 Pro. I have a basic PS4 and I have a 4K TV, so I'm not in 4K. So I really want to get a PS5 so that I'm gaming in 4K.
Like our other brave officials stood there.
It's another reason why people are like, oh my God, you don't game on your PC, which, you have a really, really nice graphics card, because I do animation and shit.
Even after his family was targeted.
I sit in this chair and do work all day, and then I do the streams, and I want to go lay on the couch and play PlayStation.
To show courage. He put his country, his oath, his
And that's one of the reasons why I've been hesitant to actually stream my games.
The president had tried everything.
I like being half naked with my bathrobe on the couch,
in his attempt to seize
with my hair in like a side bun.
President Trump's extraordinary actions grew increasingly more desperate. You saw him go from pursuing claims in the courts to threatening state and local.
Yeah, I've got everything hooked up to my TV too.
Then attacking members of Congress.
I've picked out a wireless controller, because that's another thing. I've got a wired controller for my.
These great public servants.
Because I can't use a keyboard because I've been a console gamer for so long. I have to have a controller. I tried to play the first Witcher, and it was like, this is foreign. I can't do this.
And the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump set to resume shortly. Here they're on a bit of a break, but here at about 4 o'clock Eastern.
I'm gonna break down. I'm gonna play Cyberpunk on the PC, because apparently it's still not even that good if it's on PS5.
Trump's attorneys, 16 hours spread over 2 days.
So.
Legal arguments on both sides into.
Yes, it was.
Stacey Plaskett focused on the Proud Boys.
Because I played Witcher 3 first, and I'm like, oh my God, this game is amazing.
Today, the headline of Politico says, Proud Boys.
And I knocked my TV off the TV stand, so like for a month I didn't have a TV.
The defendant's criticism of Trump dovetails.
So I got a few games on Steam, and I tried to play Witcher, and
Violence built up. As much as what she has to say as we can until the Senate gavels back in here momentarily.
Don't think I'm not sitting over here trying to get in on the PlayStation queue.
Clear evidence that President Trump incited a violent mob to storm our Capitol.
Witcher 3 was so fucking good. I'm sure I would enjoy the entire series. I couldn't get over the controls. Are the controls for Witcher 2 better?
At the president's direction, erupted into the bloodiest attack.
Can you like map to a controller and shit?
1814. Some of you have said there's no way the president could have known how violent the mob would be.
And yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get into this fucking queue either.
Because the violence, it was foreseeable. I want to show you
Oh, okay.
how this violence was foreseeable and why Donald Trump was different than any other politician just telling their fighters, their supporters, to fight for something.
This is the PlayStation Direct queue at the moment. I keep refreshing.
Attack itself did not just appear. You'll see that Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting. He saw the violence that they were capable of, and he had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging that violence. Never.
I'm gonna keep trying until
And you'll see that this violent attack
we go back
was not planned in secret.
in the Senate, which it's 4 o'clock now.
Duty of their president. They were following his orders, and so they publicized it openly, loudly, proudly. Exact blueprints of how the attack would be made. Law enforcement saw these postings and reported that these
And I thought I would have an advantage. I have really fast internet, And now I have a like super fucking fast computer. So I thought that like I might stand a chance in a Q type situation like this. And the few times that I have tried to do it, I've got in twice and both times it was over an hour. Because it's like a random selection.
By the time he called the cavalry of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, and an event he had invited them to, he had every reason
So I wonder if they've already shut off the queue or something.
that they were violent and that they would actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of.
There's a bot for that?
Gave that marching orders to go to the Capitol and quote, fight like hell. And
I'm interested in this bot option.
make no mistake, the violence was not just foreseeable to President Trump. The violence was what he deliberately encouraged. As early as September, Trump set the precedent that when asked to denounce violence, he would do the opposite.
Yes, I'm sweet and innocent.
Now, if the president had only said something once about fighting to stop the steal and violence erupted, there would be no
Ooh, I'm searching this bot.
But just as the president spent months
Can you set it to, like, set it to be a certain price? Like, I won't pay higher than the retail price?
repeatedly engaged in real, dangerous violence.
I'm gonna fucking use it and get a PS5. Thank you for letting me know.
As a response to his calls to fight against the stolen election, he did not walk it back. He did not tell them.
I'll use a fucking bot.
The opposite. The opposite. He praised and encouraged the violence so that it would continue. He
I just want to play games in 4K.
and it worked. You'll see this over time. These very groups
I can't follow anybody on Twitter. Twitter has perma-banned me. Twitter is indeed the way you get a fucking...
and that's how we know
Twitter is the best way to get breaking news and shit before it goes up on any site.
there are many examples.
Yes, I want a game in 4K. That's my problem. I almost bought a PS4 Pro right before they announced the PS5. I'm glad I didn't.
Which since 2018 has been classified by the FBI as an extremist organization. Since that classification, the group
I've enjoyed many a 4K movie.
acts of violence.
Also, when I upgraded to the 4K TV, I also put in surround sound.
On September 7th, the Proud Boys attacked a man with a
Very much enjoyed that.
punched him while he was down on the ground. On September 29th, during a presidential debate, President Trump was asked specifically if he
Can't
was
remember what I watched the Blues Brothers last, I think.
militia groups, if he was willing to tell them
My neighbors probably hated me for that one.
the violence.
That bass slaps.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland? Are you prepared to specifically do it?
You come on down here and try to beat me up, I'll slap that ass.
Here now, President's response.
Do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
I'd like me to get
white
Bob
supremacists and white
Stand back and
I do remember trying my best to get you to go to Bonnaroo with me shortly before the coronavirus started.
Our president say,
Or before the lockdowns for coronavirus started.
stand back, stand by. His message was heard loud and clear. The group
Well, come on down to Alabama.
stand back and stand by as their official slogan. They created merchandise with their new slogan, which they
Yeah, I guess the drop was at 3 o'clock.
at Trump's rallies, and they followed the president's
Okay, do it.
You'll see more about this later in the trial.
I'll cook for you.
You'll see in these photos, to the left, Dominic Pizzola, and to the right, William Pepe, two of the leaders of the group.
Yes, I make Sheila's fudge. I got the recipe before Sheila and I quit talking. I've made it numerous times. Yes, I swear. It's fantastic.
And stand by and see example after example of the
I watched the extended edition of the Blues Brothers.
on January
Okay.
6th. By October, as my colleagues Mr. Castro and Mr. Swalwell showed you, Donald Trump was escalating his big lie that the only way he could
I don't get very many visitors anymore thanks to coronavirus.
as election day neared, his supporters were frustrated.
Seems like I have company about once every 3 months at the moment.
To ensure his victory by any means necessary. One of these violent acts was on October 30th, sometime after 12
Someday you're gonna come cuddle, Merkin?
of more than 50 trucks, covered in pro-Trump,
Yeah, I'm safe.
confronted and surrounded cars carrying Biden-Harris campaign workers and a Biden-Harris campaign bus.
And fuck, when I go out, I always wear a mask when I go out. I've got surgical masks. The only time I don't is when I go to the mailbox. And motherfuckers like, well, no, I mean, I don't need an N95 just because, like, I wear my surgical mask in drive-thrus and shit when I go with people to go get food and stuff, or to go to the grocery store I go to is kind of, more upscale bougie, and everybody wears a mask. The protocols are not, like, I feel very safe in there.
Surrogates, people.
So, like, I don't feel the need. Now, Sparkles and I went into a Dollar General
Adorned with Trump
August or something like that.
intentionally swerved and crashed into a car driven by a Biden-Harris volunteer.
Well, like, okay, so, but like Sparkles, when she had to go to work, she worked in the courthouse, but she would always wear an N95. N95. I think my nurse friend told me I was saying it wrong one time. I don't know if she's on the stream. I don't think she is, because she usually talks when she is. I've seen like the SNL skit where they came in and arrested everybody. Oh no, that was the N95. Well, I watched SNL this week. I don't know the skit you're talking about. I watch SNL every week, ma'am. It is something I have done. No, you must be talking about a different skit. They arrested everybody that was that Zillow commercial. That was funny. This past week was a really funny episode, other than the monologue. I didn't care too much for it. Like, he did that tour or something, like, so, woo. We're almost back in session here. We've had about 4 hours of testimony thus far. We're going to have another 4 hours of the Democrats. Yeah, the monologue was kind of blah, but fuck, that Super Bowl skit that opened, it was amazing. I laughed my ass off at it.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. At this point, Representatives Plaskett and Swalwell will take you through the actual day of the attack. They will recreate the attack as it unfolded, focusing on the threats to Vice President Pence, Speaker Pelosi, the joint session, and
I'm not high
law
enough for this. I'm
enforcement.
going to have to get high again.
I do want to alert everyone that there is some very graphic, violent footage coming, just so people are aware. And I'm going to call again.
So content warning to
Ms.
anyone
Plaskett,
watching
who I
the
should also tell
stream.
you, went to work at the
Once again,
Department
it
of
still
Justice,
says I have
Senior
0 people
Counsel,
watching.
Deputy Attorney General,
I know that is not
Counsel
true.
under Attorney General
People are talking to
Ashcroft.
me.
So she's a very well-trained and experienced prosecutor, as you can tell.
I'm happy to have you. I'm glad you can kill time at work.
Mr. President, senators,
7?
almost all of us were here on January 6th. And we
Media
all had
Winch.
individual
We are glad to
experiences.
have you back.
What we felt, what we saw.
Like the Prince song, 7?
Heard. We've seen clips and
That's like
reports
one
in
of my
the
favorite
media,
Prince songs.
But I have to tell you, it was not until preparing for this trial that I understood the full scope and learned the information that you're going to see, that I understood the effort to attack our seat of government in order to carry out President Trump's mission to prevent
I still want to know why Merkin wanted me to say 7.
presidential election. It was an attack to our republic, to our democratic.
You get me distracted by something like that, and I think about weird shit like,
colleagues,
why do you want me
Manager
to say
Swalwell
7?
and I are going to walk you
And
through
then I can't pay attention to what she's saying.
on the Capitol that day, and the danger
Just like yesterday, I could.
to the Vice President, to the Speaker.
Oh, okay,
You all,
okay.
senators, my colleagues in the House, Capitol Police, and
My bad. My apologies.
in and around this Capitol. As you have heard, President Trump had been telling his supporters.
Yeah, because I completely forgot about the whole viewers thing.
Pence
I wasn't paying.
had the
I'm
ability
stoned.
to secure
I'm
the
really
presidency
stoned.
for Trump, that Mike Pence alone had the power to overturn the election results. If
I don't
he
know about number
just
1.
do it. But at 12:55 p.m. on January 6th,
Love you,
Vice
Merkin.
President Pence formally refused the president's demand. He wrote, and I quote, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend
You guys see the cat right there?
constrains me."
It's one of the
from
reasons why I
claiming
turned the camera so you
unilateral
guys could check out the
determine
cats on the
which
patio.
electoral votes
They'll be
should
in and out.
counted and which should not. Pence ended his letter with a passage including the words, "I will do my duty." Even though the count resulted in the defeat of his party and his own candidacy, Vice President Pence had the courage to stand against the president. Tell the American
That's the first time in his life that somebody has said that Mike Pence had courage.
Constitution. That is patriotism. That patriotism is also what put Vice President in so much danger on January
Well, let's not
6th
lionize
by the mob
Pence too much.
sent by our president. To the president and the mob he incited, that duty to our Constitution was an all-out betrayal. And the vice president was the direct target of that rage. At 12:53
Aw.
p.m., senators, members
gifted
of
a sub to
Congress,
somebody.
Vice President Pence were in their
They get to watch
respective
the stream
outside rioters,
without commercials.
including some link to the Proud Boys,
Twitch shows like a little 15, 20-second commercial.
surrounding the lawn
Start a
of the
streams.
Capitol.
Congratulations, Merkin! You won a sub. But does the existence of a gifted sub imply the existence of a gifted dong? God damn. And you gotta love them chanting USA as they attack the fucking Capitol.
12 minutes later, Vice President Pence began presiding over the joint session of Congress to certify the results of the presidential election. You can see Vice President Pence gaveling in the joint session here.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives.
Yes, I will get you emotes. You have emotes next week, I promise. We'll get you the right winger snake.
Several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
I'll get you a smoky emote.
While Vice President Pence presided over the joint session, Trump supporters began their assault on our Capitol.
We'll get a troll.
Radio communications from the Metropolitan Police Department highlight how during and following
I gotta make them, I'm sorry.
Trump supporters descended on the Capitol and became increasingly violent. What you are
I honestly just became a Twitch affiliate maybe a couple months ago. And I didn't really know what all that entailed.
We're coming around from the south side.
I was available to do the affiliate thing months before I did it.
They're pushing the wall now.
I didn't even know what it was.
Dismantle the reviewing stands and throwing metal poles at us. Give me DSO up here now! DSO! Law enforcement entry!
When it comes to, like, I love creating content and doing audio video shit. I hate marketing. I hate, I'm very bad at it. I don't like doing promotions.
We're here. 12 to 50, we're here.
I tried to get you to come run my life. You wouldn't do it.
Fireworks material.
I've offered multiple people, hey, you come run my business. You can have my bank account, my checkbook.
The outermost perimeter,
here's how much pot I buy every month.
Everything in their power to storm past the police.
I buy whatever video game I want. Other than that, like, I'm pretty frugal.
Moving metal barriers.
Run my shit.
The police were using to maintain distance. Listen to the yelling of "pull them this way" as they grabbed the barriers and attacked officers trying to hold the line.
We'd have to talk about your kid. It's kind of a pain in the ass. You might have to abort him.
At about 1:10 and 1:23 p.m., respectively, Capitol Police sent out the first evacuation alerts of the day.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard the old Bill Hicks
and the Cannon
bit.
Building, respectively.
Anyone involved in marketing
Shortly
should go
after,
kill themselves.
At 1:45 p.m., Trump supporters surged past Capitol Police, protecting the Capitol's...
Did you listen to Bill Hicks? Because he told anybody in marketing to go kill themselves.
In another radio communication between Metropolitan Police officers, you can hear an officer declare that there is a
You mean Alex Jones?
At 1:49 p.m.
Yes, I've heard that conspiracy before.
We're going to give riot warnings. This is the apparatus here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours, declaring it a riot.
The next video, as well as several videos that follow,
I made you listen to him? That sounds so me.
Capitol complex. The video is from the west front of the Capitol on the Senate side.
I haven't listened to Bill in so long. I need to go back and refresh myself.
The red dot, which moves up the lower steps of the Capitol, indicating the approximate location of the rioters as they surge past the police.
This is a revolution. They're pretty clear. The evidence throughout this proceeding has been damning. And if it doesn't sway Republicans, hopefully it sways public opinion against Republicans.
While the mob that Donald Trump sent to stop the certification came closer and closer to breaching the Capitol just one floor below where we are now, Vice President Pence continued to preside over the session in the Senate chamber above. At about 2:12 p.m., Secret Service quickly and suddenly evacuated Vice President Pence from the Senate floor. Here's the immediate reaction to that evacuation.
They shut that revolution down quickly.
And sometimes the Senate
they just ushered Mike Pence out.
I hope they do organize other runs at it, though.
They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions, too.
While the Vice President Pence was being evacuated from the Senate chamber, rioters were at that time breaking into the Capitol. This next video shows their approach and the initial breach of the Capitol complex. Remember to watch the—
And we see who is more important. We were watching it live. The Senate broke quicker. They ushered the senators out quicker. Members of the House hunkered down in the chamber. Learned a lot and developed a gambling addiction. You know, Scrappy, I had toyed with the notion of doing a show called Politics and Poker on Thursday nights. There's a game on PlayStation 4 called Prominence Poker. Poker Stars VR. Interesting. Must be a wild VR experience. But honestly, that's probably one of the better looking VR games because it'd be easy, you know, there's not a lot of...
Now we're going to show you through security footage that has not been made public before what that same breach looked like from the inside.
They could focus on, you know, just like a couple different scenes.
There's no sound.
That's probably the downfall of VR games, is like the ones that get too ambitious.
Note, as the video begins, we are seeing the inside view as the mob approaches from outside and beats the windows and doors. You can see that the rioter first break the window with the wooden beam that you saw.
I didn't give a shit who won the Super Bowl.
Inside responds.
I was there for the weekend concert.
Enters, but is quickly overwhelmed. I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants.
The lady I watched the Super Bowl with.
The second man through the window.
She was the one that was more into football.
Tactical body armor. And is
but she didn't care one way or the other. And she asked me what I thought, and I was like, well, if it matters to you one way or the other,
like Dominic Pizzola,
Tom Brady is a Trumper.
Indicted on federal conspiracy charges.
I don't have a favorite team. I watch one game a year, and I didn't even watch most of it. I was cooking for most of the first half. I watched the Weeknd concert. Then I watched most of the third quarter, but it became very clear that Kansas City was going to lose. And I'm like, well, fuck this. And I did not watch the rest of it. I missed the streaker, but I played it on the show the other night.
I know a lot of you senators were here.
I was certainly informed of the streaker.
I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. My office was on the west front of the Capitol. I worked in the
Weeknd
Capitol,
was excellent.
and I was on the House side. This year,
I'm sad he had some microphone problems to start off with, but overall, it was a fantastic
every
performance.
day, I remember.
But I love their Weeknd, so I'm biased.
Americans gave their lives to stop the plane that was headed to this Capitol building. I thank them every day for saving my life and the life of so many others. Those Americans sacrificed their lives for love of country, honor, duty, all the things that America means. The Capitol stands because of people like that. This Capitol that was conceived by our founding fathers, that was built by slaves, that remains through the sacrifice of
Like, they are hitting it out of the park
around the world. And when I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic. At the same time that that breach on this Capitol building occurred, at approximately 2:13 p.m., just one.
Did somebody time out You Enjoy Myself?
Senator Lankford was speaking on the Senate floor. Senator Grassley, who had taken over for Vice President Pence, called an unscheduled immediate recess of the Senate.
Oh, he just left.
A Senate aide approached Senator Lankford and informed him that the Capitol had been breached. Senator Grassley is immediately escorted out of the Senate chamber.
Yeah, I enjoy him. I do enjoy himself. What's going on? Oh, she's looking at the video.
Thank you.
I get a little fucking anxious now after living through the Capitol riot.
Officer Eugene Goodman.
Something crazy going on the Capitol floor. Like, what's going on?
You all may have seen footage of Officer Goodman previously, but there's more to his heroic story. In this security footage, you can
I'm pretty sure You Enjoy Myself called one time or Discorded in.
Breach.
He was the one, Winch, I think you were on with me.
Senator Mitt Romney.
Oh,
directs him to
is it this
turn
stuff?
around in order to get to safety. On the first floor, just beneath them, the mob had already started to search for the Senate chamber. Officer Goodman made his way down to the first floor, where he encountered the same insurrectionists we just saw watch breach the Capitol. In this video, we can see the rioters surge toward Officer Goodman. Recall that the rioters are in red, and Officer Goodman in this model is in blue. Watch Officer Goodman, who backs up the stairs.
Somebody just said stub muffin. They're yelling about where they count the fucking votes.
Although they were shouting that they did not have any
So
weapons,
anyway, I started blasting.
earlier video that that's not true. The second assailant through that breach was the one carrying a metal baseball bat. We know there were other weapons there that day. Did you hear the other shouts? We're here for you. He's one person, we're thousands. And where do they count the votes? They were coming at the urging
She
of
is
Donald
excellent.
Trump
I do like
to
her.
keep Congress, a separate branch of government from
I don't think
certain
she should be a
results
delegate,
of a
though.
presidential election.
She should be a
As the rioters
congressperson.
reached the top of the stairs,
And the Virgin Islands should be a
100
state.
feet of where the vice president was sheltering with his family. And they were just a feet away from one of the doors to this chamber, where many of you remained at that time.
That's right. I do indeed support DC and Puerto Rico becoming a state. But don't just stop there. We got several
The
territories.
Senate wing of the Capitol.
They should
The red
all be
dot,
made
as you recall,
states.
represents the insurrectionists. The blue dot is Officer Goodman, who led the mob away from the chamber just minutes earlier.
Here I do actually, no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
On the left-hand side of the video, just inside
Yes,
the hallway,
any of those territories that we have, if they want to be a
watch how
state,
Officer
they should be a
Goodman
state.
Provokes the rioters and purposefully draws them away from the door to the Senate chamber and towards
I'm all
the
about adding those
officers
senators and those
waiting down
Congress
the hall.
people.
The rioters seen carrying a baseball bat in this video
American
is
Samoa,
the same one we saw moments
Guam,
ago, breaching the window on the
Virgin
first floor.
Islands. There's like 7 or something
of this was
territories.
going
I don't
on,
know them all.
Vice President Pence was still in the room near the Senate chamber. It was not until 2:26 that he was
Yeah, the
evacuated
Mariana
to a
Islands.
secure location. This next security video shows that evacuation. His movements are depicted by the orange dot in our model. The red and blue dots represents the location where the mob and Officer Goodman were, and where Officer Goodman led the mob away from the chamber just moments ago. You can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. The Vice President turns around briefly as he's headed down.
This Capitol security footage is probably like the first time
As Pence
we're
was
seeing
being
this.
evacuated, rioters started to spread throughout the Capitol. Those inside helped other rioters break in through doors in several locations around this entire building. And the mob was looking for Vice President Pence because of his patriotism. Because the Vice President had refused to do what the
Because it's the only thing in his life that he did that was like right and just.
on the Capitol, extremists reportedly coordinated online and discussed how they could hunt down the Vice President. Journalists in the Capitol reported they heard rioters say they were looking for Pence in order to execute him.
We were looking for Pence.
Trump's supporters had erected a gallows on the lawn in front of the Capitol building. Another group of rioters chanted, "Hang
I
Mike
don't
Pence,"
know.
as they stormed
I don't.
the door of the Capitol building.
They keep defying,
the
like,
security
surely this would be the end. Surely this is the line.
The mob
And like, nope, it's never the fucking line. I don't
President
know.
of the United States. This wasn't an isolated area or incident where that was being told, where that was being said. It was going on.
We might get a Maynard here.
Here's
Oh,
another
nope.
example of the crowd outside yelling, "Bring out Pence. Bring him out."
Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence!
Are they yelling, "Bring out Pence" next to the noose they had erected?
Trump had primed his followers for months and inflamed the rally.
Sir, I have a job. I do not depend on Twitch for
President of the
a
United
living.
States was the target of their wrath after
So
Pence
the
refused to overturn the election results.
few dollars I've made off of it,
To this man, explain.
just cherry on top.
Well, Congress, cowards hid in their inside and were emergency escorted away because of fear of the people. Of course, they're cowards, can't face the people.
Did he say Fuhrer?
Pence lied to us. He's a total treasonous pig, and his name will be mud forever. Now the real battle begins, and it looks like the American people.
I also am not interested in your links. Why do people want to post links?
Good luck with that.
Oh, okay. Fuhrer.
Peace out.
You're welcome.
Insurrectionists described what they had planned to do if they encountered the vice president or other lawmakers. One of
He
them,
PM'd it
Dominic
to me.
Pizzola, also known as Spaz,
Doesn't look like he did, sir.
Proud Boys, as we discussed. Pizzola came to the Capitol on January 6 with deadly intentions. He commandeered a Capitol Police shield, used it to smash a glass window, entered the Capitol, and paved the way for dozens of insurrections.
Do you want to see what he sent me?
As you recall from an earlier video, Pizzola was one of the first wave of rioters to breach the building. On the left, you can see a screenshot from the video of the break-in.
Japanese man rents himself out, offering nothing in
Pizzola,
particular.
in the mob, chased Capitol Police officer Eugene Goodman through the building. Pizzola is the man in the center of the photo with the gray beard. Pizzola has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct related to January 6. According to an FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group that was with him during the sack of the Capitol confirmed that they were out to murder, quote, anyone they got their hands on. Here's what the FBI said, and I quote, other members of the group talked about things they had done that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi, and that, quote, they would have killed Vice President Mike Pence if given the chance. They were talking about...
Sir, I've excelled at the field of
Vice
broadcasting,
President
one
of the
could
United
say.
States. During the course of the attack, the Vice President never left the Capitol, remained locked down with his family inside the building. Remember that as you think about these images and the sounds of the attack. The Vice President, our second in command, was always at the center of
Why,
it.
he enjoyed himself. What do you think he did?
Threatened with death by the president's supporters because he rejected President Trump's demand that he overturn the election. The mob also went after Speaker of the House, who alongside the Vice President was presiding over the joint session of the certification in the House chamber. The chilling evidence shows that on January 6th, armed and organized
Hey,
insurrectionists
you enjoy myself. Would you vote for impeachment or would you
They
vote
sought
to
out the
acquit?
Speaker on the floor and in her office publicly declared their intent to harm or kill her, ransacked her office, and terrorized her staff. And they did it because Donald Trump sent them on this mission. As the insurrectionists got closer,
They were on a mission from Gad.
rushed the Speaker from the House floor at 2:15 p.m., mere minutes after the Capitol was first breached.
Well, I do a political talk show, so while my opinion might not
The
count,
Speaker was not just
it's
rushing
kind of
to
like
the floor,
fodder
Capitol
and
Police
content
deemed
for
the
my
threat
channel,
so
so
dangerous
how would you
that
vote?
they evacuated her entirely from the Capitol complex, rushing her to a secure off-site location. The insurrectionists' intent to murder the Speaker of the House is well documented.
I mean, he does like my channel.
Available. We know from the rioters themselves that if they had found Speaker Pelosi, they would have killed her.
He says he's my
I've
number
already
one
discussed
fan.
Proud Boys member Dominic Pizzola, who has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct on January 6. As you will recall, according to the FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group he attacked the Capitol with confirmed that, quote, anyone they got their hands on, they would have...
Why would you vote to acquit?
Including Nancy Pelosi. William Calhoun, a lawyer from Georgia, also participated in the insurrection that day.
You also
He, too, has been
clearly
charged
haven't
with
been watching the proceedings. You were
This
asking us about things that were going
detailed
on.
His criminal activity at the Capitol
So if you
online.
haven't been watching the proceedings, do you really think
wrote
you're
about
informed
his
enough
on
to
his own Facebook page. Here's the post.
make that
Calhoun
decision?
Stated, quote, and get this, the first of us who got upstairs kicked in Nancy Pelosi's office door and pushed down the halls towards her inner sanctum.
Media
The
Winch has a
mob,
badge.
howling with rage. Crazy Nancy probably would have been torn into little pieces.
We can't tell that you were.
Nowhere to be seen. Crazy Nancy. That's Trump's nickname for the Speaker of the House. Then he explains that he and his group only abandoned their claim to the Speaker's office when, quote, a SWAT team showed up. He writes, quote, then a SWAT team showed and we retreated back to the rotunda and continued our hostile takeover of the Capitol building. Retreated. Hostile takeover. He's using military terms for this attack. The mob continued to look for Speaker Pelosi throughout the
I mean,
time
she's making an awful compelling argument.
including invading her
You've seen the video.
Watch now how the mob searches for Speaker Pelosi's office, which is marked in red, and the House chamber itself.
Where are you, Nancy? We're looking for you. She's in jail. Nancy. Oh, Nancy.
I think there are many economists that would tell you you're stupid.
Where are you, Nancy?
See, there they are. They're hunting for Nancy Pelosi.
During the siege,
And you would vote to
Speaker's
acquit.
staff took cover in her office, hiding in fear for their lives for hours as rioters broke in and ransacked her office. As the rioters were breaking into the Capitol, her staff
I mean, isn't the market what right-wingers base like everything on?
gathered in a conference room. About the same time, Capitol
Well, that's not what the charge is.
Speaker Pelosi's staff heeded the call.
It's not that he was hunting for Pelosi, it's that he incited people to hunt for Pelosi. God, right-wingers are complete and total fucking morons.
So this is a security video, so there is no sound.
So yeah, this
As
is
you
probably
can see
another
here,
one of those
the
never
staff
before seen
moves from their
videos.
offices through the halls and then enters a door on the right-hand side. That's the outer door of a conference room, which also has an inner door that they barricaded with furniture. The staff then hid under a conference room table in that inner room. This is the
There
left
were
side,
rumblings that
going
Senate
in
staff
and then
had actually
barricading
written a
themselves
letter.
inside of the inner office.
to the Republican senators, urging them to vote to convict him.
Of them barricading themselves, and the last staffer entering the door on the right, a group of rioters
because they went through this shit.
Outside, and once inside, the rioters have free reign in the Speaker of the House's offices. In this security video, pay attention to the door that we saw those staffers leading into and going into.
Yep.
One of the rioters you can see is throwing his body against the door 3 times until he breaks open that outer door. Luckily, when faced with the inner door, he moves on. Another rioter later tried, unsuccessfully, to break through that inner door. At this point, the mob had already broken into the Speaker's formal conference room that is in the back of the hall at the top of the video. I want to play some audio we have of the Speaker's staff with the rioters at the door that day. You can hear the terror in their voice as they describe what's happening to them as they are barricaded in that conference room. Please listen carefully, because the staffer is whispering into a phone as he hides from the rioters that are outside the door.
Texting Mike that they're within our hallway. We need Capitol Police, I think, come into the hallway. They're pounding on doors trying to find her.
You can hear the pounding in the background as that staffer is speaking. One of those staffers explained later that they could hear the mob.
This is you enjoy myself.
Breaking down the door.
Definition of actual work.
Where are you, Nancy? The mob also pillage and vandalize the Speaker's office.
Because he's an impotent little bitch.
Their crimes on social media. They stole objects, desecrated the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States. As you can see in these
shit
photos,
on the walls.
down a door, they also shattered a mirror. At 2:50 p.m., several rioters, including Richard Big O Barnett, entered Speaker Pelosi's office. The world is all now too familiar with the images from these slides. If you look closely, however, at the now infamous pictures of Barnett with his feet on the desk, you might see something that you didn't notice previously. Here's a better look. As this photo highlights, he's carrying a stun gun tucked into his waistband. The FBI identified the device as a 950,000-volt stun gun walking stick. The weapon could have caused serious pain and incapacitated anyone Barnett had used it against. Richard Barnett bragged about his actions. He was proud of the way he desecrated
He certainly did.
House's office. He left a note. We will not back down. Here's Barnett in his own words.
Office?
How'd you get it?
I didn't steal it. I bled on it because they were fucking macing me and I couldn't fucking see. And so I figured, well, I'm in her office. I got blood in her office. I'll put a quarter on her desk, even though she ain't fucking worth it. And I left her a note on her desk that says, Nancy Big O is here, you bitch.
Trump's mob.
That's your people, you enjoy myself.
Speaker of the House's office. They terrorized her staff. Again, that is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the first and second in line to the presidency, were performing their constitutional duties, presiding over the election certification, and they were put in danger because President Trump put his own desires, his own need for power over his to the
There's video of her.
and our democratic process. President Trump put a
I can't remember
target
exactly
on their
what she
backs,
says, but like she
and his
basically
mob
admits
broke into the Capitol to hunt them.
to like breaking down a door on camera. They selfied, videoed themselves the whole time. The ProPublica, they're using a lot of video from the ProPublica thing. It's amazing if you haven't seen it. Just type in ProPublica Capitol Riot. They have it all. They have a timeline. You can click anywhere onto the timeline. It has it in chronological order. We were storming the Capitol. It's a revolution, and I got maced. Of course you got maced. You were storming the Capitol. Absolute morons. We got Swalwell up here again.
When you do it, we're fighting our parents. Hey, sir, when you do it, we're robbing. They breached the scaffold. Like nothing, no, they have breached the scaffold. They're behind our lines.
Shortly after 2 p.m., the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police were overwhelmed.
He was obsessed about that door.
Perimeters were broken.
He was. He told me about it multiple times. He's like, but they still. Why did they steal the door? I was like, it's a nice door. I understood. Like, hey, this is a nice.
Fighting back for hours and hours to hold the line. They fought to defend the Capitol building.
The fact that they shit on things was what got me.
They weren't there just to protect us, and they did, and our staff, and the custodial staff, and all the people.
You say we'll never see anything that dumb again, but we just keep lowering the bar.
The American people that were being counted that day. I will show you more later about what that day was like for those brave officers. But first,
he's not the most compelling speaker,
Plaskett left off,
but overall his positions are solid.
Rioters who had entered the building through the Senate quickly spread out through the Capitol. Many headed towards the House and Senate.
It would be so cool if that door was a table in a dive bar or in somebody's basement.
Residing in the House, attempting to keep the counting process going. On our phones, members were receiving security updates.
Alex Jones isn't going to be out there much longer.
Social media to see the horror that was going on outside. We never thought it would make its way in. By 2:25 p.m.,
I'm assuming that Alex Jones is getting ready to face financial ruin,
east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda,
and that we won't be hearing from him at all in like 2 or 3 more years.
Doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag.
It's just like all the lawsuits that are moving forward now against him. They're going to bleed him dry. And that's just in legal fees. He's not going to survive just the legal fees for everything he's facing, let alone settlements that come his way. Would he be a dangerous presidential candidate? That's a good question. I mean, he could step into the vacuum left by Trump. He probably fucking could. He could harness that Trump movement.
One floor below, the mob violently pushed through a line of Capitol police officers and overtook the area. We all know that area in the Capitol is the crypt. This is directly beneath the rotunda, at the very center of the Capitol.
I wish more people would take Vermin Supreme seriously. I want my fucking pony. You do not soil the name of Vermin fucking Supreme on my stream, ma'am. I love you, Winch, but don't you dare go there.
Inside the House chamber, a security officer suspended the floor debate to update members.
I would die for Vermin Supreme.
Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
We were told there were tear gas masks underneath our seats and be prepared to grab them. Determined to keep the count going, Chairman McGovern called the House back into session. But only 4 minutes later, at 2:30 p.m., the House abruptly recessed. A new security announcement was made.
Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared. Stay calm.
So wild.
As I heard that announcement on the floor, I saw the new House chaplain, on just her 4th day on the job, walk to the front podium. Unannounced and amidst the chaos, she started to recite a prayer for peace. Uncertain what would happen next, I sent a text message to my wife. I love you and the babies. Please hug them for me. I imagine many of you sent a similar message. What we could not see from inside the chamber was that outside the mob was growing larger and larger and approaching our doors. But we could hear them. This security footage, which does not have sound,
we could hear them on the stream. We knew something was up.
the House chamber.
It was so wild. And I want to know, the people that shit on the walls, did they stop and take a shit with all the people like that?
Footsteps of the House door.
Or did they already have it bagged up, ready to go?
The next video is the viewpoint
Like
of
they took a shit earlier in the day.
It begins with the mob amassing.
Can you just shit on command? I wouldn't be able to shit
to the House door
as I'm doing a violent insurrection. I would have to bring shit with me. So does that indicate that the shit was pre-planned? Was it spontaneous shit or premeditated shit?
You're gonna get me
We dive deep in the anus here.
It's too late for that. They don't listen without that shit.
Those doors, to orient you at home, are the doors that the President of the United States walks through when he or she gives a State of the Union address.
Gives the State of the Union.
You may have heard one man yelled, "No violence," and another responded, "It's too late for that." They don't listen without that. They were there to stop the certification of the election. At this point inside the House chamber, we could now hear the pounding on the doors. At 2:35 p.m., members on the House floor were told an evacuation route was secured and it was time to leave. This video shows members of Congress exiting to the side of the podium where we would go through the House lobby and downstairs. Because of coronavirus restrictions, congressional members had been waiting in the gallery for their time to speak just one level above the House floor. Representatives, staff, journalists all took cover under their chairs, helped each other put on their gas masks, and held hands as rioters gathered outside. Here in this slide, you see Representative Jason Crow comforting our colleague, Representative Susan Wild. The rioters continued to surround the House chamber, flooding the halls and kicking on the doors as they passed them. This security video shows Ashley Babbitt, followed by others in the mob, turning the corner toward
moments
the House
before
lobby
her life
where
ends.
the members were leaving.
We might see it here in a second.
Chairman McGovern was one of the last members to leave the floor. As he left through the House lobby just after 2:40 p.m., he was spotted by the mob.
Oh.
Minutes later, at 2:44 p.m., Ashley Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window into the House lobby. To protect the members in the lobby, an officer discharged his weapon, and she was killed. I want to warn everyone that the next video, which shows her death, is graphic.
Like they're yelling, he has a gun, he has a gun. Well, yeah, what do you expect? The reason she got shot is because she's just feet away from members of the House. Dramatic pause.
Representatives, staff, and journalists remained trapped in the gallery, one floor above the House floor, and heard the gunshot. My colleague, Representative Dan Kildee, produced this recording.
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off.
Pins off.
Oh yeah, that's them telling the members of Congress to take their pins off so they won't be targets.
My colleagues were telling each other to take off their congressional pins. That buzzing sound that you hear in the background of these videos was the sound of the gas masks. It was not until approximately 2:50 p.m., about 6 minutes after the shooting, downstairs, remaining members, staff, and journalists in the gallery were finally able to flee.
Yeah, I got big old balls.
Footage video, you can see them exiting.
Well, I'm 15 platforms, and they're not all going to ban me.
They walk just feet
Be
away.
sure to follow me on multiple platforms.
Just minutes earlier,
Just in case I do get banned on one.
had tried to open the gallery door and thankfully was stopped by a tactical team.
I mean, it's a congressional proceeding, is all I'm streaming. And I don't fear the ban hammer, and that's the reason why I don't have a Twitter anymore or my Facebook account.
Although members were now being moved to another location, the mob continued to fight.
And fucking, I do miss Twitter. I miss Twitter a lot. I miss funny people I used to
The
follow.
building was not yet secure.
Like alerts for the PS5, news alerts and shit. You get shit first on Twitter.
On the second floor of the Capitol.
It is a bit of an impediment. I've made other Twitters, and Twitter's like, nope.
Who were overwhelmed and trying to get them out.
Because I made one that was Tommy Troll for the Troll Patrol on a completely different computer, saying I was in like Romania or some shit. Nothing was linked to any account. Because, you know, I understand if it's like I'm on my Google browser or on my phone that's linked to something, but like on a completely different computer, on a Microsoft browser,
But that very
and
issue
Twitter still said, nuh-uh.
insurrectionists themselves.
I had it
One
for like 2
example
days.
comes from an FBI affidavit, which stated that a leader of a militia group known as the Oath Keepers received messages while he was at the Capitol. The leader was given directions to where representatives were thought to be sheltering and instructions to, quote, turn
That's
on
chilling.
gas, seal them in. And as you know, the threat to the Senate was no less than that of the members of the House. The mob approached the Senate with the same purpose, fulfilling President Trump's goal of stopping the count, delaying the certification of the Electoral College votes of the American people. As you heard from Manager Plaskett, Vice President Pence was moved away from the area near the Senate chamber around 2:25 p.m. By that time, rioters had breached several areas close to this chamber, and they were flooding the hallways just outside and nearby. The Senate chamber was not evacuated until 2:30 p.m. The mob had been in the building for more than 15 minutes. This new security footage of the senators and staff leaving the chamber will be displayed on the screens. It is silent.
So I believe this is senators. So he's showing them themselves.
But quick-thinking Senate floor staff grabbed and protected the electoral ballots that the mob was after. Those of you who were here that day will recall that once you left the Senate floor, you moved through a hallway to get to safety. That hallway was near where Officer Goodman had encountered a mob and led them upstairs and away from the Senate chamber. You know how close you came to the mob. Some of you, I understand, could hear them.
Very smart move, speaking directly to
Does
senators.
not know how close these
For
rioters.
focusing a portion of this. Speaking directly, this is how it personally affected you, remember.
As you were moving through that hallway, I paced it off. You were just 58 steps away from where the mob was amassing and where police were rushing to stop them. They were yelling. In this security video, you can see how the
I would love to know what Rand Paul,
walked the hallway with their
Ted
bodies
Cruz are doing
to
right
prevent
now.
rioters at the end of the hall from reaching you and your staff.
Yeah, think about how loyal Mike Pence had been. They wanted to hang him. Complete and total loyalty. Now, what are those cops just doing, like, hanging out? They don't look like they're acting with very much urgency.
Because this is security footage that you have not seen before, I want to play it again.
They wouldn't have hurt Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz wouldn't hesitate to hurt you,
The other
though.
end of that hallway where the mob has amassed and the officers are rushing to protect you.
I don't think they will. If he runs for president, he's going to fall flat on his face. I think he'll get like 1%, 2% of the vote. Especially if there's a Don Jr. and Ivanka, something like that. Probably an Ivanka is the most likely. But I mean, as of right now, anybody will tell you Donald Trump is the front runner for the Republican nomination in 2024.
Shows how Leader Schumer,
as of this day,
and the members of his protective detail had a near miss with the mob.
the whole family does need to be
In
jailed.
just yards of rioters and had to turn around. Here in this new video, you see Leader Schumer
Ooh, God, no.
walking up a ramp. Going up the ramp with his detail.
I had to process that and sound it out. You know it's true, though. Girl, you know it's true. I promise, I'm going to quit singing on the stream. I can't sing worth a
Immediately
shit.
shut the door and use their bodies to keep them safe.
But neither could the actual dudes that were
2:45 p.m. shortly after
playing Milli
senators were ushered to
Vanilli.
safety from the Senate floor, insurrectionists reached this Senate gallery. The following video was filmed by a New Yorker reporter.
Where the fuck are they?
Minutes later, the insurrectionists invaded and desecrated the Senate floor. These vandals shouted and rifled
Literally
this
desecrated.
room. They took pictures of documents and of themselves, celebrating that they had taken over the floor and stopped the counting of Electoral College votes.
Let's get a snap of that.
Amazing.
Go down the stairs. And look here, look.
Ted Cruz's objection to the Arizona.
His objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Really? Look. Objection to counting electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Can I get a photo of that? Wait, no, that's
They don't even know.
He's with us.
They were too stupid to know that Ted Cruz was on their side, and they were ready to turn on him. Absolute fucking morons.
America's a republic. Oh no, this is good stuff.
Wouldn't be the first time a first lady ran for president. Ah!
Larry Brock, who was arrested for his role in the insurrection, was photographed on the Senate floor wearing a helmet, tactical gear, and carrying flex cuffs. This man,
I'm glad he called them flex
also in the
cuffs
Senate
and not
gallery,
zip
is Eric
ties.
Munchell. Like Brock, he was dressed in what appears to be tactical gear, also holding up flex cuffs. If the doors to this chamber had been breached just minutes earlier, imagine what they could have done with those cuffs. After insurrectionists occupied the Capitol and stopped the joint session from counting the votes, the Capitol was in lockdown for 5 hours.
It sure was. I stuck the fuck with it, too.
As long as it took to get back to the Capitol, to get back to the certification of the election, it could have been so much longer. Or we might not been able to have resumed at all. As horrific as it was, 140 officers injured, 3 officers who ultimately lost their lives, We all know that awful day could have been so much worse. The only reason it was not was because of the extraordinary bravery of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Departments. For hours and hours, these insurrectionists were in hand-to-hand combat with these brave men and women. Like some of you, I come from a law enforcement family. My dad was a cop. My two brothers, my little brothers.
ACAB, motherfucker. Means your dad, too.
I'm proud of them. And like in
Sorry,
every law
Swalwell.
enforcement family, when we hang up the phone, we don't only say, I love you, we say, be safe. So let's focus now on the attack and what it was like for the officers defending the Capitol that day.
I tell people peace out.
Again, I want to warn you that the following audio and videos are graphic and are unsettling. But it's important that we understand.
Content warning, fuckers.
Here's an audio recording from the radio traffic of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department describing the violence.
Cruiser 50 and copy, we're still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd. DSO, I need a re-up. I need a re-up up here.
That's the way I call my pot dealer. I need a re-up. I need a re-up up here.
They, the rioters, are using munitions against us. This video shows how the sprays that were described were used against the officers. In a separate Metropolitan Police Department radio traffic recording, you can hear an officer when he realizes that the
Don't taste so good, does it, coppers?
Had overtaken the police line.
We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back up to the upper deck. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP. All MPD, come back to the upper deck. Upper deck. Cruiser 50 was blanked. 1033. I repeat, 1033 was from the Capitol. We've been blanked and we've lost the line.
The MPD officer calls out 1033. That's the code for emergency. Officer in need of assistance. His words, we've lost the line. Hours after members of the House and Senate had left this area, on the west front of the building, the mob continued to grow, continued to beat the officers as they tried to get in.
I lost a line one time in the carpet.
See the mob
My girlfriend just started sniffing.
A crutch, a hockey stick, a bullhorn, and a Trump flag.
I lovingly refer to her as the crackhead they used to date. They threw a flag at them.
I want to show you that same attack from the officer's perspective from his body camera footage. This body camera footage is from 4:27 p.m., over 2 hours from when the Capitol was first breached. The attack on police that afternoon was constant. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, a 20-year police veteran with 4 daughters, was part of a line of officers protecting the Capitol. He was one of 3 officers that the mob dragged down the stairs. When they dragged him, they stole his badge, his radio, his ammunition magazine, and they tased him, triggering a heart attack. Here he describes his experience.
Looked like a medieval battle scene. You know, some of the most brutal combat I've ever encountered. At one point I got tased. People were yelling out, we got one, we got one.
Officer Christina Lowry, who regularly serves in MPD's Narcotics and Specialized Investigation Division, also protected the front Capitol entrance. Here's her experience.
I mean, I can't say enough about the officers that were there, the officers that were on the front line. And when I say the front line, I mean literally officers that were in a line, stopping these people that were beating them with metal poles. They were spraying them with bear mace. I mean,
throwing flags at them.
Not let those people in. And this was going on for hours.
Around 4:30 p.m., hours into the Capitol riots, Officer Daniel Hodges was protecting a West Side Capitol entrance when rioters who were trying to stop the certification trapped him between 2 doors. When Officer Hodges was interviewed later, this is how he described what was happening.
They threw down a huge metal object that hit me in the head. I was also knocked down. The medical mask I was wearing at the time got pulled up over my eyes, so I was on the ground and
oh God!
Started just attacking me from all sides.
Rioters crushed Officer Hodges. He was wedged in the doorway, blood dripping from his mouth. He was struggling to breathe, all while the insurrectionists hit him. Officer Hodges' experience reminds you of what he and many other officers experienced that day, what they went through. We're also reminded of the 3 officers who lost their lives. Capitol Hill police officers Sicknick, Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Smith. In many law enforcement families, we pray for our loved ones, and we know the scripture of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I'm sorry I have to show you the next video, but in it you will see how blessed we were that on that hellish day we had a peacemaker like Officer Hodges, protecting our lives, our staff's lives, this Capitol, and the certification process. May we do all we can in this chamber to make sure that never happens again.
It almost sounds like they're yelling Zig Heil. Might as well be. Let the video speak for itself. You walking on out the door, too.
Mr. President, we'll now have
exactly, mic drop.
Dinner and we'll resume at 6:15.
The Senate will stand in recess.
At 6:15. All right, I as well need something to eat. So I am going to dump you guys off onto another channel.
Good evening.
And
C-SPAN's
I'm going to come
live
back
coverage of the second day of the impeachment trial against former President Donald.
whenever they are back in session, and we'll finish out this bitch tonight. So if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Status Coup. I haven't really checked out their channel, so hopefully they got some good content. I'll hang out with you guys for a bit too. We'll be back with the rest of this here in about, what, an hour, 45 minutes it would seem, if my math is correct, and my conversion to East Coast time. So we will see you shortly. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not going to dump you off. Huh. Head on over to iDan if it'll let you. Yeah, it wouldn't let me dump you guys off to the other stream, the smaller stream. So I'm gonna send you over to iDan Simpson.